Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We start the first session after the inaugural. The topic, it's a panel discussion. The topic is Readiness versus Reality of 5G in India. Are we there yet? For this, we have distinguished speakers, Lieutenant General Dr. S.P. Kochar, who is DG, COAI. We have Ms. Pamela Kumar, DG, Telecommunication Standards Development Society of India. Mr. P. Balaji, Chief Regulatory and Corporate Affairs Officer, Vodafone. And for this, our moderator is Mr. Shubit Agarwal, Partner, KPMG. Well, a little bit about Mr. Agarwal. He's a partner in KPMG in India and leads the MESA and Africa corridors for the firm. A chartered accountant by qualification, Shobit has over 2 decades of experience in mergers and acquisitions advisory, operations and risk consulting for forensics, audit and governance. His industry focus is telecom and he has worked across Indian subcontinent, US, Europe, Middle East, Africa and telecom operators. Well, I would like to request everybody to come up on the dais, please. Mr. Shobit Agarwal, may I have you on the dais, please? Lieutenant General Dr. S.P. Kochar, may I have you on the dais, please? Ms. Pamela Kumar, may I have you on the dais, ma'am? And of course, Mr. P. Balaji, who has been associated with Exhibitions India and as a speaker from the time I think I've known him. A warm welcome to you, sir. Mr. Agarwal, now I request you to take over the show. Okay? Thank you so much. Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Basu. And ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I see that men are outnumbering the ladies. I'm sure the ladies will actually add in the audience. But a very warm good morning to you all. It is getting warm now. Welcome to the 7th Smart Cities India Expo and 29th Convergence India Expo. Our session on readiness versus reality of 5G in India. Are we there yet? Under the City Leaders Conclave. Through this session, we hope to unravel where we stand and what we may. We know that 5G has the potential to transform and revolutionize the way that we do business and go about our everyday lives. It has tremendous potential, but the real transformation or impact will depend on seamless execution. It is imperative that the key stakeholders rededicate their efforts in making sure the execution matches its promise. So are we there yet? I think there are several steps in this journey that will make the evidence the success of the execution. Let me lay these out simply in my humble way. First, 5G is nothing without the spectrum. We understand that the spectrum auctions will happen sometime mid of this year. As of now, the statements mention that this will happen sometime in May. In India, the airwaves in several bands are set to be auctioned between 526 to 698 megahertz, 700, 800, 900, various bands. Then it goes up to 2.5, 2,500 megahertz, 3,300, and then in gigahertz sections. It's also expected that TRAI will probably lower down the reserve price, given the experience of last year's spectrum auction. The next big thing is the setting of the standards and whether these are harmonized globally. 5GI is the first ever telecom technology standard from India that will find its place in global telecom gear standards for 5G services. Global Standards Development Body 3GPP has agreed to a plan of action that will allow the merger of 5GI into 5G. The merger will facilitate 3GPP to support all markets with a single solution that will permit 5G to evolve globally. Next up, investments and device availability for 5G. TRAI has obviously talked about the PLI scheme for telecom equipment is set to spur manufacturing ecosystem in India, attracting large-scale investments to the market. The need to deploy and scale 5G use cases will require significant changes in network infrastructure, and the investment in India itself is expected to touch over $25 billion. A lot of operators have obviously announced their plans for 5G investments and the related ecosystem in India. Then we have PM's Gati Shakti plan that targets to cut logistic costs, increase cargo handling capacity, and reduce turnaround time. The government under this program is expected to spend about 50,000 crores to create 500 multimodal cargo terminals during the next 4 to 5 years. And finally, there will be the adoption by the consumers. However, with all this, challenges still remain. Enterprises are expected to try to reserve spectrum allocation for private network use cases, while the telcos are countering this. As the country gears up for the mega auction, the industry has made an aggressive pitch to actually lower down the spectrum pricing. DOT's technical arm and the TEC, the Telecommunication Engineering Center, and COAI has opposed the idea of developing a separate standard for India. With India operating its own standards, the pace of innovation in 5G technology also needs to be seen. So these are all discussions by an amateur. Let me actually hand it over to the experts and let them deliberate on what really stands in our way for a successful execution of the 5G in India. Though they need no introduction, let me just do the honors of saying a few words about our distinguished panelists. First up, Ms. Pamela Kumar. She's the Director General, Telecommunications Standards Development Society of India, and the Bharti Chair Visiting Professor at UIET, Punjab University. Since her joining TSGSI as Director General in early 2017, TSGSI has made a mark in global standards arena with its contribution of the low mobility large cell requirement for 5G rural broadband in ITU, and later approval of its radio interface technology RIT 5GI as an IMT 2020 technology standard by the ITU. Pamela has also led various honorary positions: Vice Chair of 3GPP PCG, member of IEEE SA Nominations and Appointments Committee, Chair of the IEEE Charles Steinmetz Awards Committee, and many others. We have Lieutenant General Dr. S.P. Kochar. He is the Director General, Cellular Operators Association of India. Lieutenant General Dr. Kochar is AVSM, SM, VSM, ADC, KIGA, and currently the DG of COI, as I mentioned before. In 2013, he retired as the Signal Officer-in-Chief, Head of ICT Wing of the Indian Army. He was responsible for planning, executing, and operating all telecom and IT networks of the Army. Prior to that, he was the Additional Director General Personnel of the Indian Army, handling HR and empowerment of 11 lakh strong Indian Army. He was the CEO of Telecom Sector Skill Council from December 13 to December 19. He holds a PhD and MTech from IIT Delhi, 2 MPhils, and has also published a book and authored several articles. Last but not the least, we have P. Balaji, the Chief Regulatory and Corporate Affairs Officer at Vodafone India Limited. Mr. Balaji is a member of the National Leadership Team and leads the company's regulatory, public policy, and government relations activities, along with the industry advocacy, corporate communications, reputation management, and CSR. He spent over 2.5 decades in telecom and IT, handling diverse functions include sales, marketing, strategy, operations, and product management. He has also held senior leadership positions in startup and turnaround ventures of Tata Group, AT&T, Ericsson, Lucent, and Sony, gaining rich experience and exposure to emerging digital landscape. He is also the chairperson of ASSOCHAM's National Council on Telecommunications and Convergence, and a member of National Council of Apex Industry Chambers like CII, FICCI, etc. So without much ado, I'll actually jump into the questions, and if you'd allow me, I'll just sit with the rest of the panelists. I've been given a lovely situation where I'm on the right side of the lady on the panel, which is always better than to be on the left side or the wrong side.
I don't really understand what that implies, but...
So I'll dive right into the questions, and firstly, welcome, ma'am, sir. It's lovely to have your august presence on this panel, and I don't think so we could have, got together a panel which is more qualified to actually talk on the subject. So let's start with the industry readiness for 5G rollout. And this is a question to Lieutenant General Dr. S.P. Kochar and to Balaji. Where do you see the timelines? We've been talking of 5G in India for a long period of time. It's been almost 3 years. Now finally we're getting to the auctions. And could you also reflect on what could be the key investment requirements at this point of time? While I did highlight some of them, but your real point of view being the practitioners in the industry.
Thank you so much, Shobit, to you and also to Exhibitions India for organizing this timely summit. Probably just pull this closer. So I think the question is very valid. Has the time come for India to embark on the 5G journey? The answer is yeah, we're getting there. Some major steps have been taken in the last 12 months by the government and the industry as a whole. Number one, if I just step back a little bit, a few years ago there was a high-level committee which actually looked at what does it take for India to be on the cutting edge of 5G. And some of the things that were talked about was beyond the network readiness, device ecosystem to be put in place, startup ecosystem to be put in place in order to ensure that enterprise and consumers can get the benefit, and governance can also go smarter with the advent of 5G technology. In the last 12 months, we've had the licenses for trials given by the Government of India to the operators. Vodafone Idea and the other operators have actually set up trials. We ourselves did our trials in Pune and Gandhinagar, where several use cases were on display and widely appreciated in terms of its impact. We had smart surveillance, we had smart cities, we had connected health services, we had connected education, we had drone-based services, we had a lot of startups that were identified actually through the process of the government and industry interaction through IMC, where we actually highlighted about the work which is being done by about 80 to 100 startups. We took some of them and gave them the platform and the network, and we had magic in terms of the application that came up both on the enterprise industry vertical as well as on the consumer side and on governance. And so to my mind, they have again created the right kind of conversation and opportunities for use cases which are India specific. The second thing that the government has done, which is significant, is announced a very, very far-reaching policy in September 2021. After 20 plus years, a massive reform package was rolled out in order to make sure that structural reforms were undertaken, procedural reforms were put in place, and also financial and liquidity related issues which which everybody was seeing the industry was facing was being dealt with. So very bold reforms which have been put in place, and the government in fact is being very progressive and talking about the next stage of reforms to put in place. All of these are important because when you have low cost of deployment and more faster deployment, then 5G can take place faster. Clearly from a coverage point of view, we need another 500,000 to 1 million more small cells to put in place, and having the right of way policies and the right kind of framework for implementation of network rollout is very important, and this government seems to be extremely focused on that particular initiative. We hope that in the quarters to come, it will set the right kind of momentum for 5G networks to be set up. Then of course the third topic which comes about is on the issue of spectrum itself. I think again this government in the last few years has ensured that they've been having very constructive conversations between space, defense and telecom, and through a whole consultation process by working with standards bodies, by working with other administrations outside India, they've come to a very good, should I say, roadmap which talks about which spectrums ought to come up. So they're very clear that in the mid bands they've got some spectrum coming up in the 33 to 3700. They talk about millimeter band. They've also identified E and V band from a backhaul point of view. We hope, as the industry has requested the government and the regulator, that these auctions, given that there was a spectrum, given that there was a recent liquidity package rolled out, it's important that that context be kept in mind when the auctions take place. Auctions ought to take place, but the request from the industry is significantly lower reserve prices than before, some moratorium and not upfront payment, and also to ensure that the backhaul E and V band spectrum is also put in the auction by bundling it or by offering it in the auction. The benefit of that is very clear, that the monies that are then conserved by the industry can go into putting the 5G networks in place. And when that happens, automatically you end up having the huge multiplier effect for the economy. There are fantastic Indian companies that are putting up their own 5G stack, and Pamela can talk a lot more about it. She's been in the thick of things with TSDSI in that particular domain. So when you have multinational companies setting up shop in India, when you have Indian companies with 5G stack, then the cost of rollout can be reduced. Networks can be rolled out faster if the spectrum outflow of cash flow is not there. And the benefit for India from a multiplier effect on the economic growth as well as on the startup ecosystem that will give huge employment will also be met. So in a way, I've given a long answer. I think one last statistic which the government itself has identified in its national digital communication policy, where they said about $100 billion of investment is required. So if more money is there in a stressed sector to invest into networks and invest into innovation, the better services can be rolled out. So again, to summarize, great steps taken by the government and the industry. The policy in September, very, very progressive, and the right steps taken for easing the liquidity stress. The spectrum being given for trial purposes and the wonderful use cases that have been deployed by operators such as Vodafone Idea and all the other operators for that matter. And the third is a little bit of temperance in terms of the spectrum auctions, so that the money can go into the networks rather than being sucked away by way of very high prices. So these were the three things that I wanted to mention. Thank you.
So thank you, Balaji. Can you hear me? Yeah, okay. Balaji has said almost everything that COI has to do as an association. So really speaking, on that point, I only can say that I ditto what he's saying. But having spent 2 years in COI, I think that the question which has been posed could not have been in a better platform than in Convergence India. Why? I think 5G era is not only about technology. That part finished with 4G. Right? In 4G, you roll out networks, you provide whatever has to be provided, and then leave it there, and then the other businesses take over. In case of 5G and beyond, 6G, 7G, whenever it comes, things are going to be different. It is going to be a converged world. And convergence is not only going to be in technology. The pillars of convergence that are essential for this ecosystem to survive or grow and survive are policy, regulation, business practices, business solutions, and then technology. These, and I'm not naming the other ones like mindset and manpower, etc. That will follow in the wake. And let me take each one of them, whether we have progressed towards them or not. As far as technology is concerned, networks is concerned, Balaji has very aptly described the situation as it pertains today. A lot of work to be done, a lot of work has been done. We are very hopeful that things will work out very well as far as that front is concerned. But pardon my saying, Balaji, that is the least of our problems. That will happen anyway. Okay. The more problematic area is if we strategically sort of look at the environment. In technology, the convergence has taken place in ICT, EC. What do I mean by that? Information communication technology, electronics, and cyber. No application today can work without these being together. Have they converged in policy? No. They have converged inadvertently? Yes. Advertently? No. How do I say that? If you look at policy makers, there are different ministries, different departments handling each one of these components. IT is handled by somebody else, telecom is handled by somebody else, electronics by somebody else, cyber by somebody else. So how do you expect this environment to merge and come out with normalized policy formulation? Inadvertently, how it has happened is the minister happens to be the same for IT and telecom. So it has converged inadvertently. Maybe advertently, I don't know. The secretary by not by design but by default is holding both charges of electronics and telecom. But that is not by design again. This has to come by design. And if it comes by design, then at least the policy part is taken care of. Now coming to the regulator, there a lot of work has happened by design. IT has come under his purview. Telecom is already under him. Broadcasting has come under his purview. Cyber is still not his purview. But he has inroads into cyber. So therefore, some amount of conscious effort has happened at the regulator level where all these have converged. Okay. The third is business practices. Now you see increasingly within the corporate itself, the rollouts which are happening are not purely telecom. The 5G characteristics by themselves are such that it gives flexibility and adaptability. And because of this flexibility and adaptability, obviously software has to be part of it, a major part of it. So IT has become a part of the network rollout itself. And on top of that, when applications come, they will perform using software. So how can this be separate? They have to be provided a security cover which can no longer be inorganic. It cannot be an overlay over the networks. It has to be organically grown, and therefore that has to be looked into. That is unfortunately not being looked into, and the moderator's field is risk analysis. So he knows that how cyber will affect the entire formulations. Okay. As far as technology is concerned, this is an opportune moment for me to say that up to 4G, it was the networks which were leading, no longer. In 5G, it will be the applications which will be leading. Applications will come and tell the telcos, hey, listen, I want this. This is my requirement for my business. Will you be able to do it within the policy constraints? Telco will have to do it because 5G will permit it to be done. The network slicing, the edge computing, and things of that nature will help the telco to formulate and clearly make an offering for the business to run as demanded by business, not as provided by telecom. That is going to be a very major difference. And when we go from beyond 5G, this is going to continue. So the need of the hour today is not to look at whether we are ready only in technology sphere. We are ready. There's no gainsaying that. There will be bumps on the way. But as far as the entire ecosystem is concerned, you can draw your own conclusion. It has to be looked at consciously and not subconsciously. Thank you.
You know, ladies and gentlemen, just I was sitting in my fool's paradise thinking that I could have enumerated a lot of those things. I have Lieutenant General Dr. Kochar, you know, can I say, sir, you've thrown the cat among the pigeons by saying that, you know, this is convergence, and rightly so. That means that when you converge a lot of the ecosystem, all of the weaknesses of that really converge and aggregate into this. So this problem is much larger than only the ones that I was talking about. And he talked about how interministerial, interoperability, intersectoral standards have to be merged together. Cyber will be a challenge. Balaji actually mentioned a very good point about startup ecosystem. It's all going to be about applications. And in applications, you need to have a very vibrant startup ecosystem to be able to support, to be able to actually proliferate and therefore sustain this. So there you are, you know, that's really the beauty of having such a distinguished panel, because, you know, the harmony of information that you get is fantastic. I'll just switch gears and I'll move on to the other side, to Madam Kumar. Ma'am, regarding standards, you know, this is where this will define almost everything, whether it be the harmonization, whether it be the device availability, how we as operations or consumers, when we go out in the outside world, you know, really link into the others, to the other operators, etc. They are the key starter, and given the status that we have today, have we done enough? One, what has been the progress, and what do you see is the critical aspects that still remain to be done to really get this into the execution mode?
Thanks for those questions. So let me first acknowledge that what Balaji said about the readiness, okay, that we are in 5G compared to where we were with 4G and 3G, where we were very late adopters of the technology. Maybe in 5G we've made a leapfrog, okay. And then General Kochhar talked about convergence that 5G represents, and ideally the convergence that is happening in 5G, maybe it needs to be all the, all in capital, the CEO and W, all of them need to be, need to be in capital. That's the level of convergence that's happening in 5G, right? Because in 4G it was IT coming and telecom coming together, but now it's, it's about applications. As General Kochhar said, it's about the end use cases. It's all the whole paradigm shift is towards use cases. So it's really a big turning point or a paradigm shift that 5G is bringing into this world of technology. The boundaries of different technologies are blurring. They are all coming together. Whether you put drones or IoT or artificial intelligence, they are all merging together and building the solutions. You cannot really differentiate them separately the way we used to earlier. So and what is making this happen? Okay, this world of standards where all the people who are developing these technologies converge together and try to drive consensus in order to enable the deployment of these technologies. So if we see this leapfrog, so let me make a kind of maybe a little controversial statement here, and we say this often in our office, that the one who rules standards rules the world. Okay. So,
ma'am, if I may say, sorry to interrupt you, it's not a controversial statement. I think historically this has been the truth. So it is what it is.
And I think that realization is slowly seeping in our world here. Okay. And you see the impact of that. This whole journey, what Balaji is saying, it all started because DOT came to TSDSI and said, what are you doing about 5G? What do you want to do about 5G, right? And we need to create a 5G forum in India. We need to get everybody together and talk. And as late as 2018, the world had started the vision document of 5G in ITU was completed in 2013. In 2018, DOT and TSDSI were trying to architect this 5G forum. But at least we did. The first workshop was, that 13th floor of DOT was overwhelmed to its capacity. Okay, we had a workshop and we had 80-90 people in that room. There was so much enthusiasm about it that DOT is talking about 5G, right? And we enabled that. So we brought together all the key stakeholders and the journey started. We started looking at different aspects, and today we are at a stage where all these issues, trials are happening and things are being addressed, and everybody has come together. A lot of dialogue has happened, and that's one aspect to it. The other aspect is, for the first time we have the confidence in this country that yes, we can become Atmanirbhar in these technologies. And that confidence also comes from our standard journey, right? Way back in 2016, some of our academicians who said that 5G should also address the needs of the rural, right? And the rural use cases were not addressing India's needs. What was rural use case in 5G talking about? It was talking about 500 km/h bullet trains going through the villages. So the guy who starts in a city with a 5G connection, when he's going through the village, his connectivity should not, quality of connection should not go up. Or expressways at 125 km/h with cars and other vehicles zooming through, those expressways, the connectivity should not get disrupted. Those were the rural use cases. And we say, what in India, 70% of our population lives in the village. We want to ensure 5G connectivity, high quality to them, at a price point, at metrics or specifications which make sense to them, which they need, meeting their needs, meeting their requirements. And that's what that famous LMLC, the low mobility large cell requirement, was embedded into the ITU specification. And later on, the technology, the innovation that would enable that, which was again done by our academicians, and with a lot of discussion and involvement with industry, was submitted as a specification at ITU. It got approved there, and finally, as of yesterday, it has formally been incorporated in 3GPP. So a big contribution in 3GPP standards, that our 5G, so-called 5GI, is becoming merged into mainstream 5G, so that the needs of the rural and the needs of the urban will jointly get met by 5G. So that's one. So that's the role that standards can play. You know, it can really convert all this innovation and ideas that you may do in your silos and you may dream. If you want to make it a reality, you have to bring it to the standards platform. And I want to conclude with saying that if you are making an impact in standards, right, what it takes, it's a very clear metric. Like, you know, if you win so many medals in Olympics, it says about the ecosystem. If you get a World Cup, it means that there is an ecosystem that you have created, right? It means a lot more than just going there and getting the World Cup, right? There's a lot more that has. So similarly, if you are able to have a certain percentage of standard essential patents, or your contributions, your influence in standards is strong, it means that you are globally competitive. Your industry is capable of developing technology which will be accepted in the global marketplace, which can be, you are rightfully sure you can, have a global market share. Your ecosystem is ready to embrace and adopt new technologies. Otherwise, you will always be the laggard in which we have always been. And that readiness for adoption means that you contributed your requirements, you contributed your use cases early in the journey in standards, then only you will be ready to be the first early adopter of new technology. Right. Okay? And the third angle of global competitiveness is the research and development. The R&D and the innovation and the investment that you've done there is headed in the right direction. You may be investing in R&D, but it may be going into publications and all kinds of esoteric blue sky research which never sees the light of the day. But if your R&D is directed towards being impactful and making a difference, then you will be impacting standards with that R&D. So if you want to play in standards, you have to build these three pillars and become globally competitive. Then only you can win in standards. So standards is like the World Cup or the Olympics, in which it takes a lot to be able to win. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thanks for enumerating that in this manner, because generally people don't understand. When it comes to standard, people just think it's a rule book. Why don't there are innumerable rule books that are available? Why can't we use the historical examples, collate it together and put it there? But the fact is, it's a lot more complicated, and it takes a lot more than just fancy flying to actually get that on the board. But let me also just hold on a moment, and let me actually, give a round of applause for the fact that we have finally been adopted onto the global stage. So thank you. I think it really requires a round of applause. For once, we have a truly global aspect, which we can proudly say is sourced and origined in India, the 5GI. Everyone's heard of the Su-30 aircraft, right? It's designated as MKI. And MK is the export version, and I represents that it's the Indianized version. So similarly, we have a standard which is Indianized version. So thank you, ma'am, for that. I think, the society has done a tremendous job at getting those standards up there. And in fact, what I just also wanted to bring out is that like we were saying, for all of these to intermingle, and there's actually one very interesting fact, and maybe from a different industry, from the airline industry. I remember when the A380 was being introduced, you will not believe there were two parts of the aircraft being assembled in different parts of Europe. And the wiring, which is almost 100,000 kilometers in total length, the color scheme being used by one assembler and the other assembler did not match because they had not standardized themselves. And that led to almost 6 months of delay because they had to rewire the entire aircraft. So exactly to your point, if I may. So I'll get on to the next one. This will, if you are to get convergence, you will need the startup ecosystem. You will need collaboration across sectors. You will need collaboration across the different parts of the ecosystem. And I'll request Lieutenant General Dr. Kochar and Balaji and Madam Kumar to just reflect on where they see the opportunities between solution providers and network operators to ensure a successful rollout. Where do you see other collaboration opportunities or the key aspects that you think are important? Please.
Okay. Before Balaji actually tells you about the trials and what all use cases have come about, I will like to talk a little bit about theory of how we visualize 5G will bring out use cases, and that the maximum amount of revenues will flow from enterprise business rather from B2C. And this is what we've been talking about in all seminars and in all forums. But when I went along with Balaji and the team, Gopal Mittal, to Barcelona this time, we had opportunity to interact with international players who have rolled out 5G in various other countries and who had a better experience than India has had so far on the commercialization of 5G. And to our surprise, what came out very clearly was that all the projections they were making about enterprise earnings have not really taken off the way they were expected to take off. And one of the major players, I won't name gave his name, but he even went to the extent of saying that 95% of our business comes from consumers and only 5% so far is enterprise. So that is where we are as far as revenues are concerned, and we are now going back to DOT and telling them that please keep this in mind, because when you tax us and when you price the spectrum based on the fact that you think that there are a huge amount of profits that will accrue to TSPs in the initial years, it is not going to happen in that manner. Maybe later, when the ecosystem catches up, when Industry 4.0 comes in, production capabilities increase, then things will slowly start picking up. But the indicators are that they are not going to go at the rate at which we expect it. And it will be consumer business initially which is going to rule the roost. Having said that, India is, I would say, in a better position that we didn't have to discover zero. You see, when you are the first starter in new technology, then there are many ups and downs, and you waste a lot of money and effort trying to navigate through those roadblocks that we didn't have to face in 5G. Because people say we are a late starter. I'm saying it's better to be a late starter and learn from others' mistakes rather than get right in front and then have a problem with that technology. Okay, there are many technologies, and some of the people are sitting here who brought in technology which had a lot of promise but didn't take off. So it would have been disastrous had we been in the as the front runners in that. But that doesn't mean that we should not be front runners in the following technology, because 5G and beyond is a different family of technologies which are bringing different applications. And what we learned in 5G, we don't have to relearn in 6G. So that is the manner of saying that in 6 and 7G, we should and we can be the front runners. Okay, so but a lot of work has been initiated by the government and the operators, and there is a lot of vision in the trials which have been ordered by the government and carried out by the operators. And I leave it to Balaji to explain to you the areas in which there has been a huge amount of success in trials carried out by the operators, especially Vodafone. Balaji.
Yeah. Thank you, General Kocher. I guess 2 or 3 broader topics to cover. The important thing is collaboration is the key for success as far as 5G and beyond goes. It's deeply enshrined in our ways of working and our strategy as an organization. Right through the journey of 4G and even now as we prepare for 5G, that's been the cornerstone. When you look at consumers, we look at where their needs are, what is it that is core competence that we have, and what is it that we can bring as solutions to them from a partnership point of view. So we've already recently launched a very, very compelling proposition on music. We've now got gaming. We're talking about many other new applications that we believe are going to be changing the lives and adding huge amount of value to our consumers. And so partnership is already part of our DNA, and we only expect this to go up further. In our 5G trials, a lot of those that caught, should I say, eyeballs and also caught interest, but those where we either worked with startup ecosystem or that we worked with a lot of industry leaders, enterprise customers that Vodafone Idea has, and we together figured out that there are many such real life situations that today 4G does not allow to get done, but there is a solution that is waiting out there with the low latency and high bandwidth provided by 5G that we could bring into place. The use of digital twins, the use of a lot of such applications in order to navigate very difficult situations and be able to use AR, augmented reality, virtual reality as a means to solve real life industrial problems in a very, very compelling manner was something that we could demonstrate. And that was only possible because we were working very closely with our enterprises, our customers, to understand what problems they were facing, whether it was on the efficiency side, whether it was on reducing downtime, whether it was on enhancing revenues, a bunch of things that we looked at. Likewise, collaboration with government. Because today, if you see, what the government has done is created a lot of platforms. Okay, and so how do we basically bring these platforms together for larger good? So if there's a smart grid, how do we make it better? If there's a need for bringing smart agri practices in order to make sure that small farmlands, 1 hectare, 3 acres, 2 acre kind of farmers can get the benefit that otherwise only comes from scale. So can we work on those kind of aspects, right? So we worked not just by ourselves, but with some technology providers, with some best practice that we got from other parts of the world, and with even social sector partners to create very compelling sensor-based, IoT-based, and in the future drone-based solutions that in the smart agri space will have huge impact. On surveillance, working with municipalities to arrive at what is it that people are looking for. How do we make our streets safe for women? How do we ensure that there is monitoring without intrusion? All of these are broader topics that cannot be answered by a telecom player, but their understanding and being a catalyst for those kind of conversations to arrive at the right business model, the right kind of solutions, goes a long way to actually allow India to kind of provide the kind of leadership in 5G from a use case point of view. So to my mind, collaboration is the only way forward. And to my mind, I have no doubt that with the way that the government and the industry industry verticals are actually open to collaboration, open to new business models, that this will only grow in the future and further, write a lot of stories that will be very initially India specific, but that will find a lot of compelling applications in other parts of the world as well. And for us not to repeat the mistakes of other parts of the world is something that General Kocher talked about, and I agree with him totally.
Thank you, Balaji. Ma'am, can I switch over to your side? Again, we are hearing the same thing about
Yeah.
all the things converging. There will be collaboration. With collaboration, there will be a need to standard. Because standard will help you get to a certain level, which will be a level playing field.
Right.
Where do you see that
So
importance of the
let me give the standards view on this, okay? So let's just understand for a moment what happens in 3GPP. So 3GPP has 16 working groups, right? I think 6 of them in RAN, another 6 in SA, which is the systems architecture, and then I think 4 or so in CT, which is the core technologies, right? RAN is the radio access network, the systems architecture, and the core technologies. These 16 working groups, there are more than 1,000 organizations which are members of 3GPP. Okay, these 1,000 organizations contribute their best technical brains. It's the guys sitting in their research labs who are bringing their innovations for discussion, right? So release 15 and release 16 and now release 17, which is addressing the first release of 5G, okay, have been in discussion all along the 2010 to 2020 journey. And now that we have release 17, what have they been able to? They meet every month. They meet every month. Some of the RAN groups are over 1,000 people in one room. Okay? And we were being asked to host the 6 RAN meetings simultaneously, a RAN mega meeting as we call it, in parallel. It would have been more than 2,500 people, delegates we would have had to host to run the one set of RAN, which happens every month. Okay, so every month there are more than, I would say, 3,000 to 4,000 people coming together and deep technical. The meeting starts, every meeting is at 1 week. So from morning till night, and sometimes till midnight they fight till they converge, till they get a consensus on something. Okay, that's the kind of meetings that go on, right? And that's the kind of discussion, debate that has been going on these, just to converge on one of the, so ITU had defined the 5G vision. There are 3 legs. There is EMBB, there is MMTC, machine type communication, and there is URLLC, ultra reliable and low latency. 15, 16 and 17 have just addressed EMBB. What is EMBB? EMBB is an advanced 4G. The real new innovation of 5G, all these applications and all this vision is going to come from MMTC and URLLC. These have not been fully thought out and incorporated into the standards yet. That's why 5G Advanced has already been announced. And release 18 and release 19 the focus is completely, the agenda for release 18 was just frozen last December. Release 19, they're beginning to invite agenda topics, right? So release 18 and release 19, which will incorporate 5G Advanced, will make all the 5G magic come to life. EMBB is not going to cut it. No operator is going to make the money that they are envisioning. There is going to be no business case until it goes into the verticals and makes those magical use cases happen. For those magical use cases that everybody has been imagining, it will happen only when URLLC and MMTC standards get done. Otherwise, they will just stay in pilot mode. They cannot be commercialized. So please join hands in the release 18 and release 19 meetings if you want to make the real 5G happen and you want to, participate in all the magic and excitement that 5G will make happen.
So there you are, ladies and gentlemen. It's not about India only or about the subcontinent. It is all about the globe and the various sectors. So you can well imagine now, the enormity of the situation is really dawning on me, despite being in TMT for about 2 decades. But it also makes me relive the saying that I've heard, ma'am. Purani saying है कि एक म्यान में 2 तलवार नहीं रह सकती. यहाँ पे तो 2500 तलवारें थी जैसे आपने कहा. So it's a daunting task, and actually hats off to you and all the people who are trying to harmonize these things. So thank you for that. I know I'm conscious of the time and we need to probably wrap up in the next 5 to 7 minutes. So what I'll do is I'll try and request each of you to probably summarize what you think are the 2 or 3 key imperatives. And before that, from a commercialization point of view, I think that's been another thing, and we are seeing systems are evolving, standards are being harmonized, there's still so much to go. Commercialization is what is finally going to be, what they say, when the rubber hits the road, that's going to be the final test. And with so much money being invested, people will want to see that return. So commercial use cases for 5G have been a very hotly debated topic, both within the sector and within the operator community and with the regulators, etc. But first, a quick view from all 3 speakers on where do they see as the emerging commercial cases, and then if they can wrap it up to say, what are the 2 key imperatives as they see it from where they stand. So I'll start with General Kochar, then Madam Kumar, you, and then Balaji, if you can please round it up. Thank you.
Thank you, Shobit. Thank you very much. This summing up in 2 bullet points is quite a difficult thing. But
so I've had my challenge. I'm now throwing it back to you.
Okay. The thing is that we have to see that 5G is a different paradigm altogether. Here, the way of doing business here, the rules of the game have changed. It is not going to be the way it was earlier. Like you said, एक म्यान में 2 तलवार नहीं रह सकती, now रहेंगी, और बहुत सारी रहेंगी. So that is something we have to accept, and we have to start working in that manner. And I am glad to say that the Government of India and the present dispensation in DOT, a very proactive and a very knowledgeable minister who is supplemented with a very energetic and ready to do things secretary, is making things happen. And this is being supported by a chairman Try, who is very open to suggestions from the public. So this is an environment which has not happened earlier, and this is something which is happening very well. And government very well realizes that convergence is going to play the key role, and you can see an example coming out, small example, but Gati Shakti is an example, right? Now, as far as operators are concerned, our concern is, let us do things in a cost-effective manner, and don't look at the TSPs as a cash cow anymore. The revenues that you are going to get from the industries that survive on the 5G cloud will be 100 and 1,000 times more than what you can get out of us now. So let us grow, and for the nation that will be the best thing to happen. So these are some of the things that are going to happen, and this is my take on this. Thank you.
Thank you, General Kochar. Ma'am, your view, please.
Yeah. So I would conclude with the, stepping back at the statement that you said, that what is left and what is the way ahead, right? So if you look at what we did in 5G, right? I draw this analogy with, I just saw the movie 83, okay, on Star Gold the other day. So the analogy is very apt. We just landed in this 5G meeting. Okay, these guys came, some professors were there, and I had just taken this job, and I was told you need to be there. I didn't even know what the meeting was. I land there, and then some other people, some government people have come to discuss spectrum, and we bring them into our meeting. We just landed there, and we were trying to figure out what to do. Okay, and we got the LMLC specification done in 2 meetings, and then we went to the next meeting. So every 4 months we will make 1 step forward and 1 step backward, and then go get Zimbabwe and Uganda to support us, and then Maldives to support us, and sometimes Russia will come and support us. Not the right word to say right now, but that's how we moved every step of the way. Maybe the semi-final was when in 2020 we got ITU recognized 5GI as a spec, and the final is now that we've got it merged in 3GPP. So that's been the one-off that we came back with a kind of a World Cup, right? But what we need to do is we need to institutionalize this, right? It shouldn't take another 20 years for us to get the next World Cup, right? Okay. So how do we institutionalize our participation in standards? How do we make it part of the R&D ecosystem, that every project that gets funded in academia in the technology space has a standards angle to it? Standards driven research, we are driving this agenda of standards driven research. How do we make sure that our operators, our technology developers, our startups are all committing some key talent to participate in, to contribute in standards? How do we lower the barriers for their participation and create a mass? So one big move that we have done in TSDSI, working with DOT, with support from DOT, we have lowered the barriers for joining 3GPP. We have tried to reduce the fees drastically. We've actually been able to get grants for some of them so that they need not pay the fees of 3G and will be able to participate. The hybrid, the virtual meetings is also giving them, we're putting in a lot of effort, 3GPP, 1M, 2M, ITU, to enable people to be part of this activity. So making it, what can you say, cost effective, right? For people to participate in the standards game. Otherwise, participating in a global game is very costly. Yes. So we're trying to make it cost effective. So that's really the analogy here, that if we have already started, in 6G we've started from day one. The first call that was made at ITU for the vision of 6G, for technology trends, our members of TSDSI put together their vision and contributed, right? So at least we are there on the table from day one. But to sustain this and to really make a sizable impact, we need to really institutionalize, and that requires the academia, the startups, the industry, the operators, and the government, all of us to come together and make some fundamental shifts.
Thank you, ma'am. I'll shift to Balaji very quickly, sir. Your concluding remarks.
I think 2 or 3 very small points. Number one, you spoke about commercialization. The objective should be clear and everybody needs to pull in the same direction. If you want to have 5G, you need to have 85% of the towers fiberized, or you need to make sure that E and V band is made available in order to make sure that backhaul is there. Otherwise, you've got a problem. Number two, what it means is you've got to also have significant enhancements in not just the existing 700 to 800,000 towers, but also add another 500 to 600,000 towers more, which are small micro cells. These are large goals, and alignment. The government is at the central level very clear. The approach of engaging state governments and local administrations to ensure that they don't view telecom services as a means to enhance revenue, but actually a necessity to make the change that we want to see in India. So if you just take these 2 goals and make sure the cost and the time for executing on these 2 big goals is made very simple and very cost effective, then we ensure that digital highways are put in place. Without digital highways, you have nothing. So I think that's step number 1. And then the second part is about what we've already spoken about. Collaboration is the key. Understanding what your core competence is and focusing on that, and having an open mindset to ensure that in the governance space, in the enterprise space, in the consumer space, a lot of plethora of applications are out there for consumers, enterprise and government to make sure they come to fruition. And everyone will then be able to get a slice of it. And therefore, and the last bit of course is, if $100 billion investment has to take place, and a significant amount that is going to be on the providers of digital highways, then you cannot have the financial stress that we have in the sector today. That needs to improve, because if you don't have the fundamentals of a digital highway, then there is no benefit of 5G or 6G for anybody. So I think you've rightly said that those are important points, but I'm hopeful that with this government and their resolve, with this industry and the companies that are now in place, the market structure in place, all of these things will happen in times to come. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And I'll just conclude on this, while you've heard all of this, ladies and gentlemen, but I'll just pick up 3 words, if I may. 1, as ma'am said, institutionalize. Second, which both the other speakers also mentioned very clearly, is commercialization. and the ability to do that. Let us not treat this as a cash cow. Let us make sure that it helps develop, because there are tremendous benefits at the end of it. We have light at the end of the tunnel, ladies and gentlemen. We need to be Atmanirbhar, and this is a fantastic foray for us to do that. So with that, I'd really say a big load of thanks to all the three panelists, Madam Kumar, General Kochar, Balaji, for sharing the views. I know we are out of time. Thank you so much. Jai Hind.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you, the speakers. Thank you so much for, I know we are delayed, but well, we started late. I have to give you this much time. So thank you so much. Before we close this session, I would like our director, EI Group, Mr. Dhruv Bahl, to give out mementos to our speakers. First, we would like with the ladies first this time. Ms. Pamela. Mr. Shobit Agarwal. Lieutenant General Dr. S.P. Kochar. And last but not the least, Mr. P. Balaji. Can we have a group photo, please? Can we have a group photo? Well, before waiting anymore, we will start the next session, which is a panel discussion, how to expand telecom infrastructure and evolve public Wi-Fi landscape to thrive in 2022. For this, we have our moderator, Mr. Jivitesh Nayal, Sales Director, Nokia. May I have you on the dais, please? Our keynote speaker, Mr. Ashok Kumar Mittal, Member Services, Ministry of Communications, Government of India. May I have you on the dais, please? Mr. Mittal, Ashok Mittal.
He's not there, ma'am.
He's not there? Okay. Mr. Paritosh Prajapati, CEO, GX International Group. May I have you on the dais? Mr. Aloknath Dey, former India and R&D, Missionpreneur and CTO Samsung. And of course, Mr. Bharat B. Bhatia, President, ITU, APT Foundation of India. Well, for this we have a moderator, Mr. Jivitesh Nayal, who is Sales Director Nokia, and he is responsible for GPON, IP and optical business with MSO, ISP customers in India. With over 21 years of professional experience in services, technology solutions and sales positions, he has held several important roles. As lead of sales in MSO segment in India, he led the customer segment for developing sales and support strategy for all customers across India, including sales and delivery aspects. Now, Mr. Jivitesh Nayal, sir, can I request you to start the session, Mr. Nayal? Can I request you to start the session?
Hello? Yeah. You can start now, ma'am. It's all settled in. Good afternoon, everybody. It's so good to see so many people now without mask. You know, after 2 to 3 years of a sabbatical kind of thing. And love to see. You know, if people can settle down. May I request people to settle down?
Can the people standing on the back please take your seats? The session has started, so I would request you to take your places. Excuse me, can I request you to take your seats, please?
Yeah. So, request again, people please settle down as pandemic has gone. Can't see many people without mask. So, you know, I can start, ma'am. So, here again, welcome you all, and my fellow panelists need not to have any introduction because they are the industry veterans and most of the people are known to you. And let me hereby start with introducing as in protocol. So let me introduce the first one, is going to be a little, I will not keep the suspense. With more than 22 years of international experience from management role to the leadership roles. Once used to work for the Nokia and all big names, and now the CEO of a company called Genexus. Now, the man behind the successful building of a brand name called Genexus, which is the FTTH known brand. I welcome Mr. Paritosh Prajapati. He's a seed national, basically from India, and had a great knowledge of insights of a Wi-Fi domain in terms of the FTTH cross-sells. And a big applaud for him. Thank you. My second fellow panelist is he's an executive consulting director for Samsung India, Bangalore, and a professor in IISc and erstwhile IITs as well. And he has a very established career, used to be in Bell, Nortel, and ST Ericsson and Samsung, where he has been corporate vice president during his stint in 2005 and 11. He has served a visiting professorship in IIT Roorkee and IIT Delhi, which used to be the dream of all the engineers. He holds a BTech from IIT Kharagpur, ME from IISc Bangalore, and PhD from McGill University. And the panelist is none other than Mr. Aloknath Dey.
Thank you.
An excellent veteran from the technical standpoint. Then I would like to introduce Bharat sir. Maybe the introduction is not going to be that big because everybody knows you. So Bharat sir is a very known and veteran name when it comes to a telecom circle for India. He is an ITU APT Foundation president and a vice chairman of the World Wireless Research Forum WWRF for the Asia Pacific region. Earlier he was also a president of TEMA and very closely connected to all these vendors for regulating and the hardware story of it. He is also a vice president of ATI's Association of Telecom Industries for Singapore. Mr. Bhatia also chairs the ITU working group for 5G industrial applications. So expect a lot of hearing from him in terms of evolutional technologies, futuristic Wi-Fi spectrum bands and everything. And this is from the panelist. And I expect people in the audience to be more interactive because this is your chance to make most of it. And let me start it. So before I start, I'm going to ask you a very generic question where we have a similar answers. How was the last 2 years went with you? So before I ask, the fellow members is going to be very similar for all of us. We are work from home. We have realized the importance of connectivity in terms of Wi-Fi and broadband. The people here, I was just felt very uncomfortable when my Wi-Fi was not working and my 4G was not supporting me in this forum. So this is the kind of habitual behavior which we are going through. So let me start with a very generic answer and a generic question to my fellow members that how was the pandemic affected consumption across nation? My question first too, I'm going to have all the views from all the panelists. Let me start with Bharatji. Bharatji, how was the pandemic affected data consumption across nation? Your views on that?
Good afternoon to all of you, and thank you for introducing me. I think everybody who is here in this hall knows the importance of Wi-Fi. It's kind of become a very inclusive part of our lives. During the last 2.5 years, when we all been inside our homes, the most common or constant partner that we had has always been the Wi-Fi. Whether it is students studying from home, whether it is office goers like us, or whether it is business people delivering goods, everything has entirely depended on the availability of Wi-Fi during this year. And I'm not sure if I can connect my laptop, but what we have noticed is that during this period, the Wi-Fi traffic has almost increased by 50 to 80%. And that in itself provides a reason that we need to spend, when I say we, I'm thinking myself as more of a part of a regulatory framework of the country. We need to look at how do we meet the kind of requirements that this new data explosion, which is offloaded onto the Wi-Fi, is going to be met. We have actually seen the offloading to Wi-Fi has increased more and more during these 3 years, but going forward, even without the pandemic also, our view is that Wi-Fi is going to play a big role in our lives. New technologies for Wi-Fi are being evolved, and particularly the two technologies that being talked about, Wi-Fi 6E in the 6 GHz band and Wi-Gig in the V band. Those are the kind of new innovations that are going to meet this challenge that the pandemic has created for us. So maybe I will come back later on this question a little bit more.
Thank you very much, sir. So I don't know about many people, but Wi-Fi, as its name comes, very similar to the wife. And I think in the last 2 years, it resembles more like a wife, a first wife to you, because there's a lot of dependency on that to do a number of things. So I would like to have views from you, Mr. Alok.
Thank you. Again, good afternoon, all. I think, we all know we've been working from home, so there is nothing new in that part. And Bharatji just stated how the Wi-Fi data rate grew 60 to 80% during this period. And your question has been, how has been the data consumptions? So in general, let me take a step back and see where all do we use data. So we stay at home and we work. So obviously there is this consumption. We travel, and in the mobility, in car and other places, and we consume data while traveling itself. We go to the offices, and the enterprise has this facility of the data consumptions and your work. And then we also go to cafe and airport and other places. That's where we consume data, because we might be waiting for times to be there and your own work. So what has happened during this pandemic time, this office part has become absent and the mobility has also reduced. Therefore, it has concentrated quite a lot at home. And now that we are opening it up, the mobility is coming back. Enterprise might be lesser. Even offices are thinking of having small office throughout the country, in every cities, smaller places, and then you can work from anywhere, some days at least. So therefore, cafe and other places would become important. So one thing to notice, the data growth, because we are moving from first gen to second gen, going up to 5G, and the throughput is high, latency is low, you can bring new applications, and just because of that, you have a data consumptions. We have the multimedia, rich multimedia, I call fast modem and rich media. And because of the media, it's not just speech and audio or image and AR and VR. This is a convergence seminar, and we understand how this multimedia is growing. So there is fundamental growth from those itself. But what I wanted to say in this round is that it's not just about consumption of data, the distribution of data consumption, that pattern itself is changing pre-pandemic to during pandemic to post-pandemic. And I think we as a developer of standards, of design and equipments, of deployment of policies need to be cognizant of these data pattern changes, and whatever we devise next should meet to that. So there are new standards. We started Wi-Fi from Wi-Fi 802.11b, 2.4 gigahertz, just 11 Mbps that time. And today even Wi-Fi 5, which we talk about, it's like, you know, already 1,300 Mbps, at least theoretically. So that's kind of 100 times more than what was specified. I'm not even talking about Wi-Fi 6 that is coming, 6E, as Bharatji said, that's an extension, and going into 6 gigahertz. 7 design have started happening 2024, those standards will come. But that pattern, I just wanted to highlight in this round. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Alok. And would like to have Paritosh view on the same. And you consider India and Sweden as well.
Yes. Thank you, Chief Justice. Yes, my name is Paritosh, and I'm based in Sweden, so a little bit different angle on the data consumption. First of all, it's clear India is going through a digital evolution. People are getting connected. And we're talking about 130 crore of people, so obviously the demand of data is there. But the difference is India per user is the higher consumption of data. So that's the big question mark. How can India be the highest consumption of data compared to anywhere in the world? Because you don't have the services, you don't have the applications yet, it's in the development phase. But the big difference is in the rural area, because that's where the mass population is. They have started to use video. And the main population who are using video is unliteracy people. They don't know how to read. So they are getting access to videos, how to do things, YouTube, how to fix things. So they are becoming entrepreneurs. They are getting access to knowledge. First time ever. They don't have a knowledge of reading, and they are the one who is booming the data. 15 gigabit per user. That's not a small data consumption. You don't find anywhere in the world. So that makes mass explosion now of India is creating the data boom. And even if you go back even further, you see India has approximately 30 crore homes, actually family homes. Out of these 30 crore homes, 24 crore has actually a TV set at home. Most of them are connected via cable. Now we see a trend in the market, OTT platforms. The rates are going down, the mass deployment is ongoing. That's also impacting. 7 to 9% of these 24 crore homes are subscribing to OTT platforms. So this data boom is now just growing, and it's not slowing down. We just started. If you look at, we are a fiber to the home company. We are deploying broadband equipment. And even in that segment, we are talking about 7% connected homes in India compared to anywhere in the world. In Europe, we are talking about 80% homes connected. Even China, our neighbor country, who has 60% home connected. So we are far away to go. And already at this stage, we have 15 gigabit per user. You can just imagine where we are heading.
Thank you very much, Paritosh. So, you know, in all, if I can actually sum it up. So anybody in this forum who has less than 100 Mbps connection in their house? Anybody? You know, I can't see that is the reality now. So everybody is going, because 100 G is so my question to you, do you have 2 kids? Your 2 kids and you're managing 50 Mbps connection. You're managing still in 50 Mbps connection at your house. And you have 2 kids. Kudos to you. So the reality is, because, you know, I hail from a company which has a bigger interpretation of the network enhancements, because Wi-Fi cannot be seen as in silos. So Wi-Fi experience is actually a function of a network transformation. In the last 2 years, I've seen the enhancement in the core, in the metro, in the aggregation network, distribution network has been quadrupled. So by the way, you see the Wi-Fi performance at your house is not, can be seen in an isolation way. So there's a lot of hard work which has been given, and kudos to all these ODMs, OEMs, telco partners, MSOs, and the regulatory framework which has actually helped in enhancing. The Wi-Fi framework has been fast-tracked at least you know, in the last 2 years, we have actually covered a journey of 4 years. There is no single band Wi-Fi now available. People are now going for a dual band only. From AC to AX is the next step, which is going to be covered in next 1 year, you know, when we have more compelling technologies in the place. So, you know, for the next topic is that, you know, Mr. Bharat, if you can actually show some real vital statistics, realistic, on India and Wi-Fi for our audiences.
Statistics for India Wi-Fi. It's okay.
So let's look at.
Can you blow it here? Can you blow it here?
Now let's look at. Okay. So when we look at world, we know that Wi-Fi is going around the world, but even in India, there are the growth of Wi-Fi is growing in a big way, and I'm going to put some numbers to this. First, in 2021 alone, the value of Wi-Fi in India is estimated to be $131 billion. Now, look at that as a number of the Wi-Fi size in India at $130 billion in 2021, which is going to go in another 4 years in 2025 to $240 billion. So we are talking of a market size of $240 billion in India, which almost one could say will double in next 4 years. That is the kind of opportunity size. 40% of Wi-Fi traffic, and I'm just talking of India, in 2025 will be on 6 gigahertz. 6 gigahertz, I talked about Wi-Fi 6E, is the new spectrum band which all the regulators are looking at, and I'll talk a little bit more about that. But that will have almost 40%, which means $100 billion worth of new innovation opportunity exists for India, which includes exports, which includes R&D, which includes software development, which includes development of products, which includes exports. We are talking of $100 billion totally new opportunity for the Indian engineers and entrepreneurs and the innovation experts. And that number could easily be surpassed if we add to that maybe the V band or Y gig to that. So you could even have a more increased market size in the next coming 4 years. Only if we can make our regulators look at this huge market opportunity. And I'll give you one example. Today everybody uses 2.4 gigahertz Wi-Fi, which is a very slow standard and possibly not suitable for today's world. In US around early 90s, they opened up this 5 gigahertz band. And that 5 gigahertz band was actually called the opening of the broadband in the US. It opened up a huge market opportunity for the Americas. In India, we were still looking at it, and only around last about 10 years, we opened up the 5 gigahertz, I think around 2010, 2015 period when we opened up parts of 5 gigahertz band. By that time, the market opportunity had all gone. Now, 6 gigahertz was opened up in the US last year, and within this period of 1 year, most other countries which are industrial countries have already opened up that band and already are looking at that new market opportunity, which we can use Indian entrepreneurs, Indian engineers, Indian innovation capabilities, provided the regulators, and we are very closely working with the regulators, with the Department of Telecom, with the TRAI, with the Niti Aayog, and others, to see how we can be a part of that bigger global challenge. Now, the overall economic value that is delivered by the Wi-Fi in, let's say in 2025, is estimated, and this is a very detailed study which has been published by the Wi-Fi organization, talks about a 5 trillion economic value that will be delivered by Wi-Fi by 2025. And this has been documented. It's available in a study that was released in February 2021, providing the importance of Wi-Fi as a critical to economic resilience of the country. 2021, this value was $3.3 billion, trillion dollars, not billion, $trillion. And in 2025, we are talking of a $4.9 trillion economic value delivered by the Wi-Fi. So you can look up the huge magnifying effect that this will have on the overall economic values. So maybe that puts some perspective on this whole discussion we are having. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you very much. And would like to put one question to Mr. Alok, that, what do you see as an options for a Wi-Fi in terms of spectrum and technology variants going forward to meet up the demand?
Yeah, just I think Bharatji already talked about the market size and the opportunities that are there. Just to be clear, what we do when we talked about the consumption of data, and we have, from our mobile data itself, and 4G is there, LTE, and we are talking 5G. So that's a broad plan, throughout what we call as a, wide area network in that sense of the. But we also talk about short range communications, and this is where local area network or metropolitan area network, this concept comes. And we have Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, NFC, many of these technologies that are there. And also these are on unlicensed spectrum, the 2.4 gigahertz and the 5 gigahertz. So you don't have to pay for that because all others. So this is why, even though we have this bigger scheme of things, but we switch over from mobile data to this Wi-Fi hotspot because we can do it much cheaper in that sense. This is IEEE, which started the standards in technology, and 802.11. And they used to call like B, A, G, N, those kinds of names, little confusing. So they have now translated into Wi-Fi 1, Wi-Fi 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 is kind of deployed in many places. 6 is coming up, available. People are able to take it. Now, what do you change? 3 bands. Earlier, it used to be just 2.4, then 5 came, and then 6 gigahertz. So some of these routers or hubs that you buy, you will see there are multi-band, some are single band. So look at the specification. In this time, even India, Make in India drive of Wi-Fi router, it's significantly happening. I can see that. And there is this one specification on these, are you multi-band, are you not? Then the standard comes, when you radiate something, it goes in all directions equally. But then can I have MIMO? So multi-user, multi-input, multi-output, and in a directions, in a multi-user scenario. That is one feature. Like that, there are many challenges that people solve. For example, 5 gigahertz, when you go in 2.4, you have more interference because microwave is also there. But in 5 gigahertz, penetrations, it's a bit more short range. So you need an extender. There is benefit because you get more data, but then you might need to have an extender. If you have a big house, 2 floors, you might need a range extender to do it. And how do you get this higher data rate? Because we told about 11 Mbps, now we are talking 1300 Mbps. The new one is 10 gigabits per second and going into 30 gigabits per second in Wi-Fi 7. The modulation schemes and other things, those changes, those are the technology coded modulations, because of which we get benefit of this. So that's a technology primer, why and what happens. Now, the other part is in the innovation side of it. In the smartphone, we want Wi-Fi, but sometimes we go to Bluetooth. So we have mobile data, we have Wi-Fi enablement, we have Bluetooth, we have NFC. So I used to work in ST Micro, like let's say 2003-4 time, this chips used to be 180 nanometer. And so you used to have a one Wi-Fi chip, one Bluetooth chip, one NFC chip separate. But now we have been able to converge and miniaturize and get it into the single chip. And because of which you can do this contactless payment through NFC, but you also have it, but inside maybe one chip. So these are the kind of technology growth that is happening and helping us to choose between that mobile data to Wi-Fi to Bluetooth to next level of things. I also wanted to give one example from Samsung that at home, because smart things we have where we connect all the devices and have been responsible for the data platform. We have connected 200 million devices of digital home appliances globally. Now when you do that, you have on one hand Wi-Fi router, but also you need a hub to connect these devices. So can you make a single device which can act as a Wi-Fi router, but would also be act as smart things hub in our case? But the idea is all these other sensors that are available, the gadgets, the devices that come, can we connect to that? So these are the kind of things, innovation-led growth, and this market growth or the data consumption is one driver, but these innovations bring in multiple applications and opportunities to be able to furnish. And with that, I think we have plans for India. We have been talking about railway stations becoming Wi-Fi. 6,000 stations have been connected. There are 250,000 hotspots that are available in India. So these are things that are happening. We are adopting it. But also, I think, as designer, we are excited to contribute into the standards and other things. Did I answer?
Yes, absolutely, sir. Thank you very much. On a very lighter side, I tell you, pre-pandemic once, my wife asked me that, do you make some kind of thing which can actually replace our maids? Can this Wi-Fi of yours can actually wash clothes? I said, no, this is not possible. How are you saying that thing? And after 2 years, we are discussing on something that we have a washing machine that connects to an IoT platform, can do the things remotely. So you ask for it, it's possible, and anything is possible because of the connected platform. It's just a matter of writing right applications on it. So before I do that, I would like to ask my fellow panelist, Paritosh, on one thing. What is your take on the global trend of the evolution of technology and the bandwidth consumptions? I tell you why, because if I ask, when I asked that how many people have more than 100 Mbps of connections, they said there was none, only one who had 50 Mbps connection. That fellow doesn't seem to be from India. So how do you think that how India is coping up with the global trends?
I think it's a game of consumer and we as a technology vendor and those who create the chipset. Because see, now everybody's here having a mobile phone or handset or having broadband connection at home. But actually you don't know what kind of speed you're having up and down at the point when we talk to somebody. Means that your services is driving the bandwidth requirements. Same thing with the Wi-Fi as discussed right now with Alok and etc. It's what is driving the trend forward. Is it, I need more speed, but for what? Question is, what do you need speed for? Is it the applications? Is it for the videos? Is it for next generation application? If we see global trend where things are heading, gaming is booming. Gaming require high bandwidth. High definition video require high bandwidth. Next thing that is coming up is metaverse. Metaverse is booming right now in US market, coming into Europe market, and it will come into Asia market in the coming years. What is metaverse? Metaverse is an online platform where you socialize, you create a world, you live in a world, and you have a gaming platform inside there. That is a high consumption of data, which means that is pushing the technology trend forward. And we see the demand increasing due to this kind of services. It's not because of we want to have the latest technology as consumer, it's service driven. Even today, if you talk about Wi-Fi, Wi-Fi is nothing you can feel with your hands. You cannot see it in the hands. You can only sense it once the application is running. You see the application is running really smoothly, means that, oh, my Wi-Fi is good. And the heavier applications, the heavier gaming platforms that are built up now means you need to push the technology forward. So we also, as a technology company, we always see what is happening in coming 3 to 4 years, what is happening in market, where the technology trends are heading toward. There are Wi-Fi 4, 5, and 6, and then 7 coming up, and that will never be ending. But the thing is that, what do we need it for? So that's the big question, and we see the global market is heading toward more bandwidth requirement due to the applications side.
Thank you very much. And I had my earnest attempt to ask as many questions to cover the spectrum, but I still see a lot of curiosity without words. So I'm going to make it interactive now. So let's guys push off. Ask your heart out. Please ask as many questions to have the best wisdom out of it from this panel. Me along with the panelists will try to respond to the best possible answers we have with us. Feel free to shoot, sir. Can we have a mic here? Mic.
I am Dr. Srivastav. I am from MTNL. I was the executive director of MTNL. My question to all the panelists, that so many data consumption is being done, and so not getting. A lot of data is being not irrespective of what the services are going on, but the data coming and the platform which is to be used has to be connected with someone. Once you really make an analogy, Wi-Fi with the Wi-Fi, so much for the dependence, but Wi-Fi dependent on what? Wi-Fi connection is dependent on the fiber. The fiberization has become a problem, because once you go for the connected with the data center, what all this virtual reality or an actual reality, whatever thing, the fiberization takes time, more than the cost and the time both.
Yes.
So how do you expect the proliferation of Wi-Fi without the proliferation of the fiber, that too with the passive optical network PON or the GPON or whatever the next PON is coming on? So please respond to that. How the Wi-Fi will be advancing once without the back end of the fiber?
So let me start with this thing, because being a moderator, I'm supposed to be agnostic, but somehow can't control myself. So fiberization proliferation has a better use case. Why? Because GPON as an FTTH is one of the technology which has been very vital for the forthcoming wireless technology. Just imagine that without having a fiber to the end, do we have any possibility of performing 5G? So I tell you, fiberization has no option but a mandatory requirement, and has a more possible use case that we should have fiber all the places, which was not there earlier. That's why we have an FTTH. So people spending on fibers used to have only a use case for FTTH. Now they have a multiple use cases. So that makes their business case more better and viable. So that's I see as a great motivation when we talk about to have a fiberization.
About the implication, the policy implication, implement, and then the compliance of the policy, and also with the cost effectiveness. Because once you are going to put the fiber everywhere, the cost implication, do you can have a case for that? Do you have a case for that? Because the fiber to the home is very much required for future to the home. It's really the future to the home. So what I just advocate that, without the fiberization with wholeness, the proliferation of the fiber of the Wi-Fi, I don't think in any way it will come to the extent which we require.
One input on that side. What is happening now, if you see in the statistic, India, you have two different things, fiber to the home and fiber past the building. So two different things, and what is happening now, India is getting fiberized because of the base stations. So you have fiber all over place, in every city, every village is going past by, but it's not connected to the last mile. But last mile, you have seen the last 2 years during pandemic, it's been the highest growth happening in India. And the reason is not that fiber just suddenly came to India. It's the reason has been by consumer asking for it now, services. And that's made it possible to connect homes. And demand is driving it, and consumer is ready to pay for data now. So that's the change of people's mentality also. So that has changed the demand and supply in the market.
Yes.
And of course, policies also has an impact. Government clearing out the policy, making it easier to get right off the way, deploying fiber, which was a very lengthy process before. Now you can get it very fast. It's one window channel to get the fiber deployed. That's helping ISPs, companies who's doing the black fiber deployment to get ease of installation.
I don't know, it answered your questions. Otherwise, you know, we are available offline as well. Yes, sir. Please add.
I think I just want to add to, and I just want to give you an example. Today in my home, there are 3 fibers coming into the home, and each is able to deliver almost 100 Mbps. And still I am finding a challenge when my grandkids come and my kids come. There are 7 or 8 computers working in the same home, running off those 3 Wi-Fi connections running this. But if you look at around the world, fiberization is happening at a very fast speed. It is still the last mile connectivity which is a problem. From the fiber point to deliver to a particular village or a gram panchayat or a school or an enterprise. And I think that is where E and V band will come a very big handy to deliver that last mile connectivity at a very high speed. We are talking of more than 1 Gbps. And that connectivity from the fiber hub point to the actual user can be better done. Of course, the fiber will be the ideal, but if we can't deliver on fiber, I think E and V bands will really be a right choice to connect that last mile. Thank you.
No, you're right. It has no alternative. Yes, please. Please.
Let me ask a question here. See, I do have a 100 Mbps connection at my home. The real challenge I face that actually the peak hours. Okay, in the peak hours, I found that actually I'm not getting even 10 Mbps. How India is really going to say give that actually, of course, whatever you have expected in the bandwidth, you will get at any point in time. That is very much important. And I would like to highlight here that, of course, at the last mile, of course, the sir has been highlighted about the point of last mile. Will the dedicated line will, of course, will get that say the bandwidth. But absolutely, how India is really capable enough to give that much of bandwidth at any point in time. And of course, we are moving to the next say channel, next line as well. How we are say in future, we assume that India will be definitely put in dedicated say to provide the dedicated line, and how we are going to market this in future.
I can fill in a little bit. Yes, that is the issue. That is a global issue. It's not only in India. Whatever you buy, you don't get that service. The speed is not there, and especially in India because it's a technology change. People coming from the cable industry, jointing cable. Now you need to splice a fiber cable, which is more a complex procedure. And the learning, it's still a learning phase. Things are improving. If I just go back 2 years, it was even worse conditions. It means it's changing, and the bandwidth is not due to the technology equipment, it's due to the infrastructure that is not installed properly, it's not laid properly, and that is impacting the consumer in that. But that will be there until the ground level start learning, and that learning will only happen with expertise, experience the fails. And that is happening right now. I see the bandwidth, how much better it's getting. As Jivtes also mentioned, now people are talking about dual band only. Yes, you're talking about dual band, but what speed you're getting? Yes, you're getting up to 100 Mbps. 2 years back, you were not even getting 10 Mbps. So technology is actually helping it. Infrastructure is getting better, and that's the only way to improve it. And when it comes to data consumption, they are building up caches all over. That's the only way to offload it. You cannot centralize the thing. It needs to be local cache. And in a country like India, which is massively, which means you need to have cache servers closer to the consumer, where the mass population is. And even that, I think India is also building up one of the largest data centers to accommodate this heavy load of data. So there are plans to really capture and handle this kind of data load, because it is not going backwards.
Hopefully, yeah.
Absolutely. Absolutely. This is going to be the entire ecosystem overhaul. You cannot expect anything to increase your only a backhaul or access technology is going to suffice everything. You need everything need to be done. You need to have edge servers, you need to have a backhaul, you need to have an aggregation in place and everything. By the way, who is your operator?
Sorry?
Who is your operator?
Actually, I belong to Mumbai here, and I absolutely seen across the Mumbai the same case is happening, because I'm working from home, plus I need to survive my kids as well to sustain their viability. At the same moment, I need to upload a lot of data, and where I face issues here.
Okay. Great. Yes, ma'am.
What is the view of the panelists here on the convergence between 5G and Wi-Fi? So with Wi-Fi, being just an access technology, and 5G providing a seamless convergence of 5G and Wi-Fi. I mean, it's been
many of the technologies are becoming common. If we look into inside, as I was telling about the modulation schemes, if you see the QAM structure as we move forward, or the multi-user MIMO that is there in there. Obviously, 5G has got many more choices, because it's much broader in the WaveDM to going into MIMO and much bigger arrays. Possibly here, the fundamental point here is the range. We are keeping it in a reasonable, and the power consumptions is also kept it at the lower. So the constraints when you go into the IEEE standards and you put it is bit different. The technologies are still same, but the answers come bit differently, because we want a very high throughput in a restricted places, and that's what it is. So this is where the answers come little differently, and I think there is a lot of cognizance that both will be there, and both will continue to grow for some more time. I don't think even in Wi-Fi 7 there is a competitions, and these. Again, good technologies are getting adopted by both parties, which is fair and nice, why not? But you're solving a little different problem. And when I see countries, just little extensions of that, but China, when I look into their hotspot numbers, they have 60,000 plus something, okay? Whereas in India, we already have covered 250,000 hotspots. Country size is similar. If you take smaller countries like Korea, Japan, they're 20,000 hotspots. So it's not even there. So one may be not even relevant, not about convergence, but if the data is throughout the places that I can get benefits, whenever I am walking or high speed I'm traveling, every places if I can get, let's say, 5G advantage or beyond 5G as it comes, then possibly the need for Wi-Fi is very less. It can still be some Wi-Fi tethering, because there is some critical conditions, you can't access certain thing, or Wi-Fi direct to connect your TV at home. Few things will be there, but I don't see those many hotspots in countries like Korea, Japan. Country size again is smaller, but nonetheless the usage proliferation. So my point here is, if you do not have uniform convergence like countries like ours, it is even to cater to those pockets. Wi-Fi is a great solution. Underlying technologies can be same, can be a little different, but it is needed, because I am not able to cover the whole country by the service provider. It is going to take 10, 20, 30 years, and I cover those hotspots, and they get a great service in my coffee shop, in the airport, in trains, and things like that. And we keep growing. At some point, it may become irrelevant, and I have a great service to this. So it's not a convergence, but an eliminations by duplications.
So ma'am, only 2 cents on this thing, because
yeah, just a short fill-in when it comes to 5G and FTTH. People are just saying this: how will they work together? It's synergize each other. It's actually supporting applications. 5G has been in Europe for the last 2 years. It's not used mainly by consumer. It's machine to machine. It's automatic driving. So it's used in a complete different domain, but they are overlapping each other, that they are supporting each other on the backbone side. So complete different use cases.
So the time is pressing. Okay, we'll take the last question.
Yeah, I just wanted to cross-check few things. Mr. Aloknath just said that there are 250,000 Wi-Fi.
Yes.
250,000 Wi-Fi hotspots Is it public Wi-Fi hotspots, and what's the data source for this?
Yeah, it's a free hotspot. See, I think Ashok ji is not here. Otherwise, I'm sure he would have talked about PM Vani program. And in his absence, let me mention that because it's a very vital program. The country started with private players and partnerships on some of the railway stations, and we progressed quite a lot to cover. And typically, these are becoming self-sustaining, meaning first 30 minutes you get free, but then they get charged. And people don't mind because they need to work and they got their free share, and then they keep paying for a certain period. Our data rate is quite reasonable because it is restricted, it's managed that way. And even here, I mean, we could all work like, specific places, airports and others in a very nice way. So those are standard like the Wi-Fi 3, 4, that places. So depends on who is the service provider and the operator and who is bearing the expense. And I think, as I was mentioning about the coffee shops and things, people are factoring in. Like when you go to a restaurant, we see the ambience and we pay for that, right? Same food. Food costs certain amount, but I stay there for 2 hours, I enjoy the ambience, and I get the Wi-Fi free. That's kind of factored in as a basic service in many places, in hotels and restaurants and many other places. So I think these are public free 30 minutes part of it, some maybe even longer, but depending on this.
I got your point, but I'm asking what is the data source for quoting 250,000 public Wi-Fi hotspots are available in India? Because PM Vani says only 56,000 have been deployed. So I'm asking from where have you got the rest of the 200,000 Wi-Fi hotspots?
You can get into this. I would not know the exact numbers that have been deployed and in the process, but you can see the Wi-Fi map of the world. You can check. And in fact, there are apps that shows even what is your closest Wi-Fi points that you can get access. It's like washroom being available or certain other things. So you can see that. Some might be in progression, some might be this. So I'm not the authority to claim the numbers, but that's what I see.
Okay. My other question is to Mr. Bharat Bhatia. Sir, you quoted a report about Wi-Fi market in India. I think 131 billion that you said is 2021 data. Which report is it, and on what basis they have projected this? Because you'll see there were projection of 10 million Wi-Fi hotspots in India, but 56,000 have been deployed till date, and still there's a long way to go. So what's the basis of that projection? If you can even cite the source also, I can pick up that report.
Yeah. Thank you. This is a study that was conducted by the Wi-Fi organization. It's published and you can, I can share you the URL. It goes into detail of not just the public PM Vani kind of hotspots, but it goes into the private networks, it goes into the public networks, and it goes in a very detailed way where these amounts have been calculated. So I think best if you could go through that report. Those numbers are quoted directly from that Wi-Fi org report.
Sure, sir. Thank you.
So I just wanted to say that the number that I mentioned is not just the PM Vani's program, but all the private, private public kind of hotspots that are available. So this is the thing, and we can give you the source. I just checked that's the right number.
Yeah, in fact, there are many places you have Wi-Fi hotspots which are not managed through the PM Vani or through the central schemes. These are available, for example, in villages, or for example in railway stations, or in bus stands, or hotels, or many restaurants actually offer kind of a free Wi-Fi. So if you add up all that, those numbers will be there. Thank you.
So thank you very much. I have received enough signals from the organization, and then I have to wrap up the session now because we are running out of time. So thank you very much, and all questions were very, very relevant. All questions were good, and I hope we are able to address something, and we'll be available after this call as well if anybody has any questions where we can actually help step in. With this, I would like to I will like to hand over to you then. Thanks.
Before we end the session, we request our moderator to give mementos to esteemed speakers. Mr. Jivitesh Nayal, Paritosh Prajapati from GX International Group, Dr. Aloknath De from Samsung, Bharat B. Bhatia from ITU APT Foundation of India, now moderator Mr. Jivitesh Nayal.
Can we have a group photo, please? A group photo. We come to the end of the session. We begin the next session at 2 o'clock. So it's very nice. We did finish on time, though we started late. Thank you so much for your presence. So we come back after lunch.
That's why, you have a genuine reason then.
Come, sir, come. You will be escorted. Sir, just wait. You will get in. Sab charo speakers ko dale. हाँ, हाँ, हाँ.
ओके फाइन।
मैं से उसमें करूँगा अपना स्लाइड शो में।
स्लाइड शो में ना,
और फिर आप नेक्स्ट कर देना।
ठीक है, मैं कर दूँ।
ठीक है सर, यहाँ से नेक्स्ट हो जाएगा।
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We start the session after lunch. Please be awake. We are going to have very dynamic speaker to speak on. For this session, we have our moderator, Alek Tiwari, who is a partner in KPMG in India. May I request him to come up on the dais, please? And along with him, we have our speaker, Sunil Raina, who is President, Lava International. May I request you to come up on the stage, please? Well, I would request Mr. Alek Tiwari to take over the session now.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I've been given the responsibility of managing an immediately post-lunch session, and I've been advised to keep it very dynamic to ensure, yes, so to get this interactive. So what I'll try to do is we will start with Sunil, and we will keep some time for some interaction with the crowd here. If you have any specific questions that you want either me or Sunil to answer, we will be happy to do that for you. The theme of today is mobile device ecosystem driving the trillion-dollar digital economy. Now, we all know today, especially in today's world, in India, mobile devices, how important they are to everybody, right, and in our day-to-day lives. They are also very, very important in terms of driving the digital adoption quotient of the country. India has been the largest or the second largest country in terms of its digital adoption in the last 5 to 7 years. It was just second to Indonesia, but in terms of the absolute number of digital adoption is the highest. Mobile devices have been spearheading the entire digital adoption. It's not only for us to all use it for entertainment, it's also used a lot for business to businesses dealing. It's used for a lot for government to consumer initiatives. So G2C, B2B, B2C, and many of those use cases. India is the second largest mobile device manufacturing country in the world today, just second to China, right? And it has overtaken Vietnam few years back. To put things in context, government's national policy of electronics, which got released in 2019, targets mobile device manufacturing to generate revenue of $190 billion, of which around 110 billion will be coming from exports and 80 billion coming from domestic growth. Today, we will be close to 300 million odd mobile handsets being shipped and sold in India, which creates an opportunity of close to $30 billion. Another set of some exports, so it's close to $40 billion. So from 30 billion, and it is approximate number just to give you a sense of the scale. So from 30 billion, the target is to move to 70 to 80 billion in terms of domestic mobile handset manufacturing, and from almost 10 billion to move to 100 billion, 110 billion exports. So that's really a huge growth opportunity, and lot of drivers will come into play to drive that growth. We have seen countries like China and others which have really done it successfully in the past 2 decades. So it will not be very wrong to say that if India has to be pushed and to move to a aspiration of $1 trillion digital opportunity in the next 4 to 5 years, mobile devices will continue to be at the core and will probably be the spearheading the entire revolution. I am joined in by Sunil today. He is president from Lava International, heads the overall business at Lava. So we will get into this Sunil, it will be good before we get into specific elements of mobile manufacturing, 5G, IoT, smartification and those themes, if you could share in this journey for reaching where India is today, right? And mobile devices, I think, would be the largest in terms of the manufacturing ecosystem that India has successfully established. We are still far behind in electronics, in semiconductors, in ESD, and mobile has been far ahead. There is a lot of role played by government through schemes, incentives, a lot of role played by the domestic manufacturers, right, and consumers. So what has been the role these players have played, and what do you think going forward is the role, more importantly, that the government and the industry needs to play to be able to reach to that mission or that vision of $1 trillion opportunity?
Sure. No, thank you for having me here today. So I think in terms of the opportunity that we have today in India, it's a bus that we cannot afford to miss. It's very clear because this opportunity is a once in a lifetime opportunity for the country. Because if you look at the geopolitical factors, what is happening to China with respect to its relationship with the rest of the world, that's one aspect which definitely is coming into play. Then there is other thing wherein because China's GDP has grown 5 times that of India. It's 5 times that of India. So therefore, if you see the labor costs, etc., are far higher than what you get in India. And the third factor is the infrastructure. So in terms of infrastructure, today India is building global infrastructure, whether it is roads, whether it's ports, whether it's airports. I think all of it is coming together extremely well. Now, when we look at this whole concept of how do we create a $1 trillion digital economy, how do we create manufacturing hub out of India? So I think all of these things are just, I would say, tip of the iceberg, because the task at hand is pretty large. It's very big. We're practically talking about creating an entire ecosystem in India, which would start from lower end jobs like doing manufacturing, which is just, I would say, it's a very small part of the entire ecosystem creation. There are 3 key components to building an ecosystem. One is you have supply chain. The supply chain is extremely important when it comes to the ecosystem creation. Second is the design, which is the R&D aspect of it. And third is, of course, the manufacturing. Let me give you an example of where we stand in terms of our design capability today as a country, and compared to what happened in China. Say about 10 years back, US used to file about 6 lakh patents in technology. And China used to be about 60,000, if I get the numbers right. Now today, China has almost crossed US in terms of filing patents. So that's the level of capability that they have built over the last couple of decades. And the number in India is just about 30,000 patents that we are filing in a year. So this delta in design and creating IPs is still to be bridged. We have not even gotten there in terms of the distance that we have to travel. But what is an immediate opportunity for us is creating a large manufacturing hub out of India, because that's a starting point for building the entire ecosystem. If you see what happened in China 2 decades back, they were all doing this low-end manufacturing job, and slowly today they've got to this patent creation, which is almost equal to what US is doing now. Now this is a story that every rich country has gone through. Before China, this entire ecosystem was in Taiwan, and Taiwan became a rich country in the span of 1 decade. Before that, this ecosystem was in Korea. Korea became a rich country in the span of decade and a half. Before that it was in Japan, then before it was Europe, US, all of that. So when I say that this is an opportunity that we cannot miss, if we have to grow the GDP of this country, have to realize the dream of $5 trillion economy that we all wish to create, and create so many jobs for people, because India has got what we call them PhD, poor, hungry and desirous people, and we're very young population. Our median age is about 26 years. So to really provide employment to these people and create a $5 trillion economy is a big task at hand. But I think what has happened right now is that government has realized that this is a great opportunity. Therefore, if you see incentivization in terms of PLI schemes, incentivization that the state governments are doing, and also a huge focus on exports, because without exports, you cannot really create a huge scale, because scale is very important for creating a economic change, so to say. So I think all these factors are today coming together extremely well, and industry on its own is trying to get more and more people into the country, make sure that more and more components are manufactured in India right now. I think this story of manufacturing will go on for about 5 years, and then it has to move on to the higher end of ecosystem creation. So that's what I would say as a starting comment.
Thanks, Sunil. And rightly so, I think it goes, the $1 trillion opportunity and the $1 trillion vision really goes beyond just manufacturing to be able to achieve. To share with you on this, METI had come up with a document which enlisted 9 themes to drive the $1 trillion opportunity. The themes were, to give you an example of some of the themes: healthcare for all, e-healthcare, digital payments, e-agriculture, quality education for all, energy stability and enough energy supply, doubling the farmer's income. So these were some 8-9 themes around which they've identified 30 initiatives. Now look, even something as simple and basic as doubling farmer's income, we have been talking about it for so long. What is the mobile, the natural question is, what has mobile got to do with it, right? But if you look at the sub-initiatives there, initiatives around ensuring the insurance in case of any damage to the farmer's crops happening, the insurance payout becomes automatic. It can actually get insurance, they can get insurance on their mobile phone through an application. They can, if there is a problem with their crop, they can apply for the insurance and the money comes through the Jan Dhan account into their bank, right? So they don't have to really go out to claim that. Talking themes around agriculture, using sensors and all, driving predictive agriculture inputs on basis the soil, basis the weather, those things, tips going to the farmer on how they can, what they can sow at a particular time of the year, how they can improve the productivity of their of what they are sowing through the through mobile as an interface. So those are certain examples, so which goes beyond just manufacturing, right? Manufacturing, services and others will drive. But on the manufacturing part, Sunil, next question, we have been hearing a lot about China getting disadvantaged now with the labor prices rising, the labor arbitrage which they used to have, China, Vietnam is no more there because a lot of rising costs there. Lava has been in this business for many years and you have been manufacturing in India for so long. How have you seen that coming, with respect to cost competitiveness India, mobile manufacturing vis-a-vis, let's say, China or Vietnam?
I think if you see, if I have to do a direct comparison with the labor cost per se with respect to China, we're about half of it or maybe 1/3 of it in terms of the labor cost. So that's a clear advantage that India has. Although the incentivization that China government does is far, far bigger, because they of course are also trying their best not to allow this ecosystem to shift out of China. They're also putting in their incentive programs. But having said that, I think this is a practically a lost battle for them, because all the forces, they have a clear headwind in terms of trying to stop it. But what they have done very smartly is they have moved on to the higher end of technology. They have moved on to doing, now for example, they are looking at building memories, making memory, making chipsets. So those are the things which are the higher end of technology, which is something that they are now focusing on. Therefore, in a way, they'll be okay to leave this bottom end of manufacturing to other countries, so to say, in India in this case. But the higher end is something that they are building very strongly over there. But we get an advantage of labor cost. And in fact, there are so many incentives that government of India is giving today. We are competitive in terms of manufacturing, clearly.
So is that, and again a little debatable question here, so is that the real opportunity for India, which is the lower end of the value chain, rather than everybody trying to focus on building semiconductors and building display fabs and all, which needs a lot of investment, right? The ROI is long term, return on capital employed is slower, and other companies are doing. So there's always a question on, should India focus more around high technology, high complexity, low job creation part of the value chain, right? Or maybe relatively low technology, high return on capital employed, high labor intensive, high employment, which may be lower part of the value chain. So where is the sweet spot for India going forward if we want to go back and go back into the value chain?
So I think it's not just a question of how, whether you can do either or. It's not an either or situation. You have to do both, practically speaking. Now, it is easier to start from the lower end of the manufacturing, so to say, pyramid. But what's going to happen? See, what do we lack today? We lack skills as a country. We don't have skills. So this lower end manufacturing is going to help us build skills. Because for a large country which has got so many young people available for deployment, we don't have skills. So therefore, to directly jump into the higher end of skills is going to take time. So when we start at the lower end, then gradually we'll get there. But having said that, I can see that Government of India is having a two-pronged strategy to deal with this. In fact, a lot of companies are also being encouraged to set up the semiconductor the fabs, etc. All of work is happening on that side also, because we know that we are already late in this whole journey. Yeah. So it can't be a serial order process. It has to be a parallel track that one has to really work on. So yeah, I think this is easier to start, faster to start, gives you a head start, and then other things will get added along the way.
Perfect. No, and I can vouch for it because as part of KPMG, and I'm a partner with the firm KPMG in India, we are also advising some of our clients in setting up semiconductor and display fabs in the country. We've been working with them even before the government announced the PLI, and there is a clear production linked incentive schemes focused on semiconductors. So that's something which will boost at least some initial companies to come and set up. Each of the plant for semiconductors or for display fabs requires huge investments and minimum volumes to be able to cater, to be able to run the plant. So work is happening on that front, and it should see the light of the day soon. Moving on to 5G, Sunil. Now, of course, with so much of focus happening, and it's almost very close in the near future. 5G is going to come. We will need 5G handsets, and not only for India, but clearly for the world, because for handsets we are far beyond make in India. We were make in India maybe 5 years back, then make for India, and now make for the world, right? So India is already at that stage. So what are the developments on the 5G side, especially on the 5G handset manufacturing, which companies like Lava and others industry is doing today? And are those something which will really take us to the global scale of 5G handset manufacturing, or global needs a different kind of R&D effort and development and design vis-a-vis India?
Yeah, so I think the only complexity in 5G is that there are multiple bands that you really take care of across the globe, right? So that's one complexity, one that we will have to really deal with. But having said that, it's a natural progression of how technology is going to evolve over time. In fact, while we are talking 5G, so Indian government is talking about 6G, so it's like that. It's like the one G is coming faster than the other G, the previous G, so that's how the Gs are moving. But having said that, it is very important for a country, like in fact coming back to the point on the digital economy part of it. Look what each of Gs have done to this country. When it was just 2G, we could just talk to each other, like that was a big thing. And 3G just gave us basic access to internet. You could just access internet, that's all you could do. But look at what 4G has done. 4G, in fact, I would say a lot of credit to all of these startups which have sprung in the last few years. A lot of credit goes to 4G technology, because all these applications actually became the reason why people looked at newer and innovative ways of doing things which didn't exist before. And that's a huge transformation that has taken place. Now from 4G to 5G or 6G for that matter, now we are talking about faster speeds, we are talking about low latency. So these are the key, I would say, benefits that you would get. And these two factors are going to really accelerate this whole digital economy, digital economy agenda that this whole world has. But look at what is happening to India. While we are moving from 4G to 5G to 6G, you still have roughly about 350 million people who are still using a 2G phone. Now, the challenge that India has, how do you make these 350 million people get access to the kind of internet that you and I have. That's the biggest challenge that we have as a country. And globally also, I would say the African countries and some of the slightly lower end of, bottom of the pyramid countries, they also have the same challenge. Now, we as a country can become, I would say, the torchbearers for this segment, because we have a very large population of our own to address. And if you see how device manufacturers are working across the globe, there are very few people, very few companies which are focused on this segment. Most of the people, most of the companies are focused on the higher end of the segment. Like, I would say in motorbikes, we are global leaders, right? In generic drugs, we are global leaders. The reason is that because we have a very large market of our own. When we start innovating there, the population across the globe just laps it up. We are talking about bottom of the pyramid population of 4 billion people on this planet. They fall under bottom of the pyramid, the segment out of say 7.5, 8 billion people that live on this planet. We talk about 50% of the population in the world who needs this access. So what India can do, India can be the champion for building solutions for this particular segment. And it's a huge, huge opportunity. And if we can do that in India, replicate elsewhere in the world, I think we're looking at a very huge, not just Indian domestic catering, but also a lot of exports that can take place from India.
So where do you see the largest export market for India, for mobile devices? Is it the Africa, or the Europe, Asia, or everywhere?
See, I think it'll go if you see what Apple has done just now, right? They've started exporting a large quantities of iPhones from India now, right?
Yeah.
Manufacturing is happening out of India. So it's not really about, because now all these companies who are manufacturing in India will start manufacturing in China, will start manufacturing in India now. So there will I think it will be across the globe. What I'm saying that in this lower segment, where nobody is focusing much because of economically weaker population, who will need innovative solutions, which nobody is practically working on today, although Google and others are trying to do something, but it's not really a perfect solution that we are able to provide. But India can lead that. India can champion that cause, so to say. That's the opportunity that I see. For a company like us, let me tell you, now I see that as an opportunity for us that we can be the champions of that, and if the government of India is also helpful, then we can go exports, we can do a lot of other things in other countries as well.
Perfect. Last question from my side, and we've been reading a lot about the semiconductor crisis, and especially with Russia and Ukraine, the most topical thing, it's impacting the global supply chain, especially on, for semiconductors, which almost cuts across all electronics. How acute is that problem currently for us?
That's very confusing, honestly speaking, because sometimes you get a news that no, it's going to be okay. Sometimes you say no, it's going to last longer. Because I think these newer events have actually were unforeseen newer events. So like this Russia war was completely unforeseen for us, and that's leading to another set of problems. But I would say broadly, we are in a better place than we were a year before. Okay. Despite Russia-Ukraine war, we're in a better place, but not really come out of it. We're not out of the woods yet. But we can see it's getting better, not getting as crunch situation as it was. Because I think you had roughly a stable 7-8 months for production, so therefore you've been able to produce and fulfill some of the demand. And now
what percentage of the bill of material for a handset, let's say we are still dependent on global supply chain, China, Taiwan, and others. Roughly what percentage of that BOM will be?
Localization is about 30-35% today.
Okay.
And we are still importing about 65% from outside.
Got it. Okay. Perfect. So these were some topical points and questions around the theme of how mobile devices can drive the vision of $1 trillion digital economy. I would open the questions for the audience here. If anybody has any question, you can please raise your hands. You can ask whether you have a question to me or to Sunil, and we will be happy to answer. Yes.
Yes, sir. I have a question for Sunil. What is Lava doing right now, like nowadays? what are their processes or programs for beating the market of mobile markets in future or in upcoming?
Yeah, so I think if you know that we are the number one, number two in the feature phone segment, which is a very, very large segment still. So about 8 million phones are made every month, get sold every month. So 8 million phones, which is practically about 30-40% of the total phones that get sold in India. That's one very big business for us. And then on the smartphone side, I don't know whether you follow us, so we've just started working on the Design in India program as far as the smartphone design is concerned. In fact, we are the only company in the world to be designing in India 100%. So if at all there's any design skill available, 100% design skill available in India with any company, it's with us. In fact, we came out with our first 5G smartphone in January, which was called Agni. So we are focusing a lot on design right now, and we also, if you would know, that we were the early ones to start manufacturing in India. So we're the first ones to actually start manufacturing in India. And we are working on aggressive portfolio as far as smartphone is concerned, because feature phones we are very strong. But when this shift from feature phone to smartphone happens, we are quite, like I was saying, bottom of the pyramid guys, so we have a lot of knowledge about them and we know exactly what they would look for in a smartphone, and that's what we are actually working on. And then of course 5G is going to be a significant part of our strategy when it comes to smartphones.
Okay. Anyone else? Any other questions? Yes. We have one question there. Maybe last question from the gentleman there. Yeah.
Hey Sunil, so my question is from you. I have read somewhere that a few years back India tried to start its semiconductor industry, but it wasn't so successful. So what changes the scenario this time that this 10 billion incentive from the PLI schemes might be successful?
What was the question? Is semiconductor India tried 2 years back also, but that did not fly off. So what is different this time that will fly off?
No, I think one of the keys, because semiconductor is a very important component in the phone, right? In fact, the most important, I would say. So I think because of this disruption in the last couple of years, the world has realized that dependence on one country for entire supply is a risky proposition to have. Therefore, people are like kind of spreading the risk in different parts of the world. And that's why India has got that opportunity, plus also geopolitical issues wherein there are security concerns that a lot of companies have around when they work in China versus what we do it in India. So I think that has opened up a much bigger opportunity than it was, because actually pandemic has been to a large extent responsible for this new thinking about making it successful.
Okay, thank you everyone for joining us. Sunil, thank you. I hope the discussion was maybe a little bit dynamic, but good to see people not dozing off. So probably, we kind of served it well. Thank you everyone for your time.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Before we close this session, I would request our moderator, Alek Tiwari, who is a partner in KPMG, to give a memento to our speaker, Mr. Sunil Raina, who is the President, Lava International. And on behalf of Exhibitions India, may we present a memento to our moderator, Alek Tiwari. Anybody from Exhibitions India? Yes. Mr. Rainer did the honors for us. Thank you so much. Now we start with the next session. The next session we have this Building Up Strong 5 GHZ, PPT and PTMT links. Our speaker for that is Kaushalesh Kumar, Sales Director, South Asia, Airspan Networks India. Just for 2 minutes, please Be patient, we'll be starting the session. We start the next session. The session is building up strong 5 GHZ, PTP and PTMT links. For this we have a distinguished speaker, Kaushalesh Kumar, right? Am I right? Sales Director from Airspan Networks. May I have you on the dais and you can start the session. You can speak on, sir.
I can
okay.
start.
Yeah, please, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Yeah, it's working. Yeah, perfect.
Put it a little bit down, sir, for your comfort level.
Yeah, good afternoon to all of you. Warm welcome to all presents here. A special thanks to the organizers, those who are keeping a hard effort to make this event alive and successful. I am Kaushalesh Kumar from Airspan Networks, working as a sales director for Southeast Asia for our various product, point-to-point and point-to-multipoint. Today here I am to address the pain area of service provider, whether they are telecom company, ISPs, internet service provider, cable operators. So what is the pain area for service provider is to expand the area, to reach out the places where hard to reach through fiber. Of course, fiber is ultimate, but a country like India, every places we do not have reach to lay down the fiber immediately to expand the services. So I am going to cover the hot topic like how to connect unconnected area through the devices. So let me explain you what is Airspan. So Airspan basically a multi-award winning 4G, 5G company, network solution provider company. We provide end-to-end solution, access network, RAN, Open RAN, and then we have a virtualization, base station, RAN software, backhaul, and network operation solutions. As a company, we are a quite innovative company. We have got 132 patents granted, and 190 patents are still pending from the authority. Over 30 years of experience with 800 employees across the world, we serve our client successfully. We have a headquarter at US, Florida, and 13 offices across the world, including Tel Aviv, London, and in India we have office Mumbai and Bangalore. Recently we have opened. So as a company we are well known, respected operators and thought leaders are our investors. So you can see that OAK, SoftBank, even Jio is one of the investors in our company for 5G and 4G product. We have a Qualcomm, NE, Foxconn, these are all our investors, and you can see that a lot of tier 1 operator like Sprint, Jio from India, SoftBank, Rakuten, they are using our 4G, 5G product, and as well point-to-point and point-to-multipoint product. So what comes, in fact, as a company over 30 years of providing these solutions, that we hear it, we keep on hearing to the client what they want and how to solve their issues. So we got multiple awards like Product of the Year, Best Customer Support, best user interface, lowest cost versus bit 40 and 80 megahertz space, best feature and functions of the product, top 100 companies, manufacturer of the year, technology pioneer, and highest capacity product, 80 gigahertz, and best new ventures. So these are the things we hear it from the industry, that how they recognize us. Now what I am going to cover up here, the topic is connect through backhaul or through point to multi-point, where the fiber is not reachable. It's very difficult to reach through fiber. So that is a pain area for any internet service provider or any cable operator to cover up a large area. So that is our main focus today, to give the solution to that industry. The product which I am going to talk about is a Mimosa brand, commercially available around the world for the last 8 years. Over 6,000 ISPs, they are using our product, including Telecom company. We have deployed close to 500,000 devices across the world in 184 countries. Mostly the product is cellular, fiber, telco client, global operation, and then we have a customer support, we have sales support here, we have an ecosystem to reach out even from Kanyakumari to Ladakh. Any places you go, you can see our product is available. So when we talk about the Mimosa, Mimosa is one of the brand of our company, Airspan. Mimosa by Airspan is a fixed wireless broadband solution, worldwide leader in hybrid fiber HFW solution. So Mimosa hybrid fiber solution, how it is that fiber fast broadband connectivity in suburban and urban and hard to reach rural area. So what is the problem for the ISP today when they wanted to reach out, like Nikhil said, that 350 billion people, they are using still 2G phone. So the infrastructure wise, we are very poor today. So any service provider who wanted to capture that area, they have to reach out that area, either through fiber or through wireless or various means they have got it. But if you talk about the cost of deploying fiber in a rural area, it's very costly. So you require point to point and point to multi-point links, which can provide you very high bandwidth. Not, of course, no wireless is ready to give the bandwidth of the fiber, but at least required bandwidth, which I'm talking about 700 Mbps to 1.75 Gbps capacity, you can create the link from your point of presence to 30 kilometer or 40 kilometer distances. So the product which is there today is a rapid, easily deployment for voice, video, and data applications. So what comes in your mind when you think about the wireless as a users? Mostly when we talk about the wireless, so there is an access point, base station, we call it as A. The product which we have got today as an access point is ranging from 700 Mbps to 7 Gbps. So each sector can provide you 7 Gbps capacity also. So as a whole tower, if you cover 4 sector, then probably 20 Gbps capacity you can get it from the tower. Then there is a backhaul point-to-point link. We have a today 1 Gbps, 1.75 Gbps product available in Wi-Fi 6 scenario. Then you require, when you deploy access point, base station, you require client radio. We have a C5C, C56, which can give you 700 Mbps to 1.75 Gbps in point to multi-point scenario. As a OEM, we have our own antenna, right from 12 dBi to 25 dBi in modular waste. We have a sector antenna. We have a Omni antenna, is our own manufactured antenna. Then what you needed? You needed NMS. If you deploy hundreds of links, then you require to manage the link through NMS. It is available on cloud or on premises. And then as a designer, when you design the network, you require network tools. So that is also available to design your wireless point-to-point and point-to-multi-point link. Here, the capacity which we talk about today in Wi-Fi 5, we have a maximum capacity available 1 gig to 1.75 Gbps. In India, we have a 5 gigahertz free band. So we use B5X, BYC for a longer distance connectivity for higher bandwidth. B11 is 11 gigahertz radio, and B24 is a 24 gigahertz radio, which is being used for the operator, those who have got the license. So now you hear a lot about Wi-Fi 6. So we have a product ready in Wi-Fi 6 in point-to-point and point-to-multipoint, where each device in point-to-point can deliver 1.75 Gbps backhaul capacity, and in base station 7 Gbps capacity. So this product is quite unique, 1024 QAM, and then each product work as a dual link. Now India as a country where 5 gigahertz is free, so lot of interference come in the environment, and possibly sometime you lose the connectivity. So this radio has got the dual link, dual radio, and each link is working as a TX and RX for your smooth connectivity. And plus, as an Indian, what we think, once we put up the tower, we try to load the tower with maximum number of links, right? So what problem comes when we deploy hundreds of links from the same tower? You get lot of interference, which we call it as a self-interference, right? So we have a technology inbuilt, which we call it as a GPS sync. Now it takes the clock from the satellite and it synchronize the all radio. Either one time they will send the signal or receive the signal. So noise which is going to created by the neighboring radio can be minimized. But of course, external interference you cannot avoid. Only through technology you can minimize it, but you cannot say that my radio is proven. B5X is recently launched in India. One plus point you will see this radio has got 1 gig capacity, and this radio has got multiple antenna, right? Antenna starts from 12 dBi, 25 up to 25 dBi. So depending on the distance, same radio with modular antennas. So design wise it is a bit unique. If you are using point-to-point or point-to-multipoint radio, probably you can see there is a RF cable running between antenna and radio. So we have removed that part. So from the radio you directly mount the antenna. So one leakage point which is through RF is going to get eliminated. Now we have a low-end product starting from 700 Mbps, C5C and C5X. These two products we promote for the low-end market where people look after economics and as well higher bandwidth. So these two product family is providing 700 Mbps throughput. C5X is with modular antenna, 12 dBi, 16 dBi, 25 dBi antenna, and then if your distance is more than 20 kilometer or 30 kilometer, so we recommend to use C5C with third-party antenna. So when we recommend the antenna, we also suggest that which antenna you should use a third party to get maximum benefit of the link. So this photograph shows you how robust our product is, providing bandwidth to the Mount Everest base camp for the longer distance, high bandwidth. So we have deployed hundreds of links in India and as well as our neighboring country, Nepal, Bangladesh, successfully, where a lot of competitors face challenges in providing high bandwidth on lower cost. So when we talk about the antenna, we have alliance with ALGcom. ALGcom is a Brazil-based company, and we have also our limitations up to 25 dBi antenna we manufacture. But when it comes to cover the distance of 40 kilometer or beyond 40 kilometer, we recommend to use quality antenna. So one of the quality antenna is ALGcom from Brazil, and we have got the partners with them to provide the longer distance with the quality, affordable and high resilience bandwidth. So what is ignored, when I talk to the ISPs, they are very lover of good product. They buy good product, but mostly they ignore the antenna. Whereas antenna plays a key role in providing connectivity or resilient connectivity for a longer distance, right? So we know that there is antenna available, this type of antenna, ultra high performance UPH antenna, we have ultra high performance extreme antenna. What we see is a dBi, gain of the antenna, but we never see the lower front to back ratio. What is a front to back ratio? When higher the front to back ratio, you have a stronger the link. When the front to back ratio is 34 dBi or 50 dB or 55 dB, what it creates the difference? You can see in the next slide. So this is a spectrum. You see that 34 dB front to back ratio, he has got a front lobe and there is a back lobe which is actually an interference for the neighboring point to point link. Similarly, if you go for a 50 dB front to back ratio, you can see that there is a very narrow front lobe and a small back lobe. And in 55 dB, you have a very strong front lobe and very minimal back lobe. Actually, that back lobe is going to create an interference to the neighboring point to point and point to multi-point radios. So this graph gives you how product works in multiple frequency versus gain or front to back ratio. So that's all from my side. In fact, I had very little time to present, though this little time is very less to have an interactive discussion. So I'll invite, if you have some question related to point or point to multi-point radio or 5G, 4G, so you can ask. Yeah, please. So any question? And thanks to all of being here and listening carefully and giving your attention to us. Thank you.
Just take your seat. We'll have a little bit of a formality. Sir, on the desk. Sir, on the desk. On the desk at your place. Well, before we close this session and begin the next one, I would request Ruchika from Exhibitions India to give a memento to our esteemed speaker. Very nice presentation, sir. I'm sorry I had to cut through the time because we are already delayed for very long. So here we have a small memento, a gift from Exhibitions India. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Well, without any ado, we start the next session. We have our moderator. The topic is, it's a keynote session, is Make in India initiative creating opportunities for the telecom industry. For this, the moderator we have is Mr. Pankaj Dovil here. I think they're walking through the VIP lounge to this place. Can I have all the speakers inside, please? Just give us 5 minutes. I think they're walking down. Rekha, Paula, please. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we start the keynote session. The topic is Make in India initiative creating opportunities for the telecom industry? For this, we have our moderator, Pankaj Doval, National Editor, The Times of India. May I request you to come up on the dais, please? Then our esteemed speakers, Mr. Hari Om Rai, Chairman, Lava International. May I have you on the dais, please? Mr. Pankaj Mahendru, Chairman, India Cellular Electronics Association. Association with him is a long, many years. Dr. Rajkumar Upadhyay, ED and Chairman, Center for Development of Telematics, CDOT. Mr. Arvind Bali, CEO, Telecom Sector Skill Council. And last but not the least, Alek Tiwari, Partner, KPMG. Well, it's my privilege to hand over the mic to our moderator, Mr. Pankaj Doval, who will conduct the session.
Hi.
Okay, sir.
It's fine. Audio is fine. Great. So, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Pankaj Doval, and I'm a national editor at the Times of India. And at the outset, it is really a pleasure to see and meet people in the physical form. I think we are all tired of the screens, and it's time to move beyond those screens. And as Pankaj would say, it's better to manufacture the screens than look at the screens all the time. So back to the physical world, and it feels very good. Coming to the topic at hand today, you know, this is, we'll be talking about the next phase of industrialization in India. As you know, that the Make in India program was one of the key programs of the Modi government when it came into power in 2014. And this program actually got a big fillip through the Atmanirbhar Bharat program, which came in during the pandemic period. The idea of the government is to ensure that the manufacturing ecosystem in the country gets deeper and deeper. We have a very deep-rooted manufacturing ecosystem with component suppliers, and it moves beyond the mere assembly kind of work that was being done. The government wants India to be another factory of the world, just like a China or a Vietnam, and perhaps there's no better time than this period to actually go about this job. I have a very, very distinguished panel with me, very experienced, and some of them are very good friends as well. To my left, I have Mr. Pankaj Mahendru. He is the man who's been the most persistent when it comes to raising issues for the industry, when it comes to talking about how the IT industry, telecom industry needs to go forward and needs to have a very, very robust manufacturing ecosystem. He's the chairman of Indian Cellular and Electronics Association. So welcome, Pankaj. I also have with me Mr. Hari Om Rai on my right. Just a few minutes back, he said that he's the Fidayeen of this industry in the sense, in the positive sense, that Mr. Rai has taken on the challenge of launching a fresh new smartphone brand in this market, where everybody is facing a very, very stiff competition from the Chinese makers, from Samsung, from Apple, and he represents the spirit of the Indian entrepreneurship because he's launching a new brand at this period itself. He's the chairman of Lava International. I have Dr. Rajkumar Upadhyay. He's the director and chairman of the Center for Development of Telematics, or CDOT. And they are not only working on indigenization of the core telecom technologies, but also a lot in the area of cyber security, as he was telling us. So welcome, sir. And I also have the very experienced Mr. Arvind Bali. He used to be at Videocon when I used to meet him, Videocon Telecom. And today he is handling a very, very critical job. He is the CEO of the Telecom Sector Skill Council. You know, the industry is evolving, and you know, upgradation is required, skill upgradation. And so this body takes care of upgradation of the skills. And last but not the least, we've got the knowledge partner, Mr. Alek Tiwari. He's a partner at KPMG who also focuses a lot on the telecom and IT issues of the industry. So welcome everybody. So let's take initial thoughts from the panelists, and let's open the floor. You know, I just wanted to understand that we all love to say that India will become the next Vietnam and India will become the next China. But is this more of a pipe dream? Like, you know, a decade back we used to say that the Indian auto industry will be like the Chinese auto industry, but we are nowhere close to it now when we look at it. So similarly, are we, you know, kind of daydreaming, or is there some sense in that that, you know, we can also achieve the scale, we can also have a very deep-rooted manufacturing ecosystem with a lot of suppliers over here. I'd start with Mr. Pankaj Mahindru, please.
Yes, it is a dream, but it's not a pipe dream. There is no pipe in it. The only pipe is which leads to the numbers we are talking about. We have the tailwinds of what has been achieved in the last 5-6 years. Mobile phone manufacturing, which was about 19,000 crores in 2015, is today 2,75,000 crores. So it's a growth of 1,500%. And you know, there is exports are this year will touch 45,000 crores. So it's not that we are dreaming that this is happening, it's happening on the ground. The question a few years back was, who's manufacturing in India? Now the question is on the flip side, the question is who is not manufacturing in India? Every brand on the world is manufacturing in India, but the progress is limited to mobile phones, unfortunately. And the other sectors, which is IT hardware, consumer electronics, there has been some development but not much. Consumer electronics, auto electronics, medical electronics, air conditioning and appliances, and hearable and wearable, these sectors have not kicked in yet. And now there is a plan for a secular growth, which is to sustain and grow the mobile phone further to $120 billion and the overall pie to $300 billion. So it's, yes, it is a dream, but it's a visionary dream, and I think it can happen.
I think the people on this dais are the ones who are going to do that. But Mr. Rai, coming to you, since you are the guys who are doing what the government wants, you know, in terms of investments, in terms of, you know, employing people. While there is a growth in smartphones, we've also seen that this growth, most of this growth is captured by the Chinese companies, Vivos and Oppos and Xiaomi's, and the Indian brands, which used to have a big share of this market, are nowhere to be seen, at least till now. Even though the government is now trying to encourage the brands by giving those champion PLI schemes to the domestic manufacturers, you are one of them. Do you think that, you know, in the given circumstances where they still have a big share of the market and are very aggressive, it is easier for our brands to also come up, or will it be more of a MNC-led market in India?
Thank you, Pankaj for, hello, am I audible? Yeah. Thank you, Pankaj for this beautiful question. So before I sort of share as to what is going to happen to the Indian brands, it is very important for me to set the context as to why Indian brands. And to let you know why Indian brands, let me take you to 2007 of China. All the brands today, you know, Wiz, Huawei, the BBK group companies, and as well as Xiaomi, they were 3% of the market in China in 2007. They were about 12% of market in China in 2012, and 2019 the Chinese brands were ahead of 90% of the Chinese market, and by today they are now 60% of the global market. Why has that happened? That's the most important question. And how can it be replicated in India, and whether India can do without it? This is a very pertinent question for us to sort of understand. Why that has happened? It is very simple. And before I tell you this simple thing, I really love the quote of Mr. Jobs, Steve Jobs. He always said that simple is harder than complex. But you need to work hard to keep your thinking clean to make it simple. But once you reach there, you can really move mountains. So what is the simple thing in this entire complexity of the Chinese brands or the Indian brands or the multinational brands? You know, the countries who acquire skills in the beginning, let's say Europe has acquired skills, and because they acquired skills today, generally the per capita in Europe is about $62,000 to $63,000 per capita. And because you have acquired skills, and unless you innovate, you cannot keep the brands with you. So for example, you know, something which is in the technology, if it is tapered, if you are at $62,000 per capita income, unless you innovate like, let's say, Apple, all the European brands are over. Even Japanese brands are over. At 35,000, 36,000 per capita, despite having a solid supply chain, Korean brands are also struggling because they are all making Android. But why Chinese companies could create such a large today value in the world, and they are consistently going to create much larger value going forward, is because how the government has allowed the ecosystem to get built. And when the ecosystem got built, because their per capita was 1/3 to that of you know, Korea, or is today 1/3. At that time it was 1/5 to that of Korea, or you know, maybe 1/10 to that of US and Europe. Because of that, the moment they acquired skills and scale, they became most competitive in the world. So the process of building skills and scale is the most important one. And how can you build skills at the competitive scale? This is the most important question. When I'm talking about competitive scale, means globally competitive scale. So the only way to build globally competitive scale is by building your own large companies who can go and take the fair share for the Indian citizens out of the global GDP. For example, we are 18% people surviving on a mere 3.14% of the global GDP. The only way for us to grow, so we are, you know, and another context I will give you, you will understand. When the Britishers went from India, we were 3.9% of the global GDP. In the last 75 years, we have actually progressed backward slowly. That's what we have done. From 3.9, we have brought it to 3.1%. And while our population was at that time 14% of the global population, our population has grown to now 18%, which means whatever we have done is not well. And the only and the most important thing, actually this country has everything. In terms of people, in terms of our per capita is the lowest, what we need to have is skills. And skills means globally competitive skills. For that, economies of scale, and that is the most important thing, and it can only be done once we are able to build our own companies. Once we are able to do that, I think no one, we are 17% of the Chinese per capita. No one can compete with us. To do that, one of the methodology is the fiscal methodology which the government is using, which is the PLI. The second methodology which the world has used, which we are not using as a country, is the monetary system, which is the development banks we are not using at all. The third methodology which the world has used to build its own companies is, you know, the market. Because you have your own market, how can you utilize your market to build your own companies? Because unless you build your own large companies, you can't build the country. In 1996, China had only one Fortune 500 companies. Today, China has 135 Fortune 500 companies. And these Fortune 500 companies create 56% of GDP of China. Because you have large companies, you have semi-large companies and you have small companies because of that. So it is top down, and I think this is the time for us. Right. I would lastly say just last two lines. After that, I will not even speak if you want, because I have spoken, taken too much of time. But the most important thing for us, you know, I was just sharing with Pankaj ji when he said, "Yaar, aap akele khade hue hain." मैंने कहा साहब कि ये क्रिटिकल है इस कंट्री के लिए. अगर हम अपनी कंपनीज बिल्ड नहीं करेंगे तो ये कंट्री कभी भी आगे नहीं बढ़ पाएगा फाइनेंशियली और टेक्नोलॉजिकली. और इस कंट्री को जो स्किल्स एक्वायर कर रहे हैं वो कंपनीज के थ्रू एक्वायर कर रहे हैं. पहले मिलिट्री जाती थी, वो जाके कॉलोनी बना लेती थी. अभी मिलिट्री नहीं है, अभी कंपनीज हैं. अगर हमें अपना शेयर चाहिए अपने सिटीजन्स के लिए, हमें अपनी कंपनीज बिल्ड करनी है. और ये क्रिटिकल है. आज़ादी की लड़ाई में साहब को बोल रहा था कि 1947 से पहले नहीं हुई. आज भी आज़ादी की लड़ाई लड़नी है. ये जो गरीबी से और भुखमरी से आज़ादी की लड़ाई लड़नी है हमें. लास्ट एक मैंने बात लिखी थी ये हमें खुद खड़ा होना पड़ेगा। इसमें मैंने लिखा था कि चल अंधेरे की चादर हटा, रोशनी कर के खुद को जला, दर्द का दर्द जब लोग परेशान हैं तबाह हैं, दर्द का दर्द गर तुझ में है, कुछ जरा सा तो मरहम लगा, मुर्दा घर में तो सब सोए हैं, मुर्दा घर में तो सब सोए हैं, जिंदा है तो कुछ हरकत तो ला, और बात करने में क्या बात है, उठ जमाना बदल के दिखा। थैंक यू।
That's really spoken from the heart, and we would like to certainly hear more from you. And the fact is, build your own large companies, which is very important. That we also need to have our own companies that are next Apples or Samsungs, you know. And so I hope, and we are confident that Lava also grows like that. You also spoke about the importance of skilling, and Mr. Bali, you've got the very important task of now looking after the skilling of the industry. You were telling me that roughly 1.25 lakh students or people in the job is what you've skilled. How do you see the scenario right now in terms of, are we prepared with that skilled manpower, or do you think that we are moving to a sensor-led age right now, in telecom or in mobile phones and things like that, and also we need a large manpower which is creating all those mobile phones. Are we skilled enough, or are we long distance away from that?
Yeah, as far as skill requirements are concerned, I think
you need to move closer to the mic, or push the mic towards your mouth, towards your face. इस तरफ को करके बोलो. Little closer.
Yeah. So as far as skilling is concerned, I think skilling requirements are driven from 3-4 major factors. I think the one most important factor is that presently the technology is changing so fast that nobody is able to really catch up. There was a time when something new used to come, and there was time 8 to 10 years to monetize it. The next technology will come. But now like we are at 4G, 5G work is going on, and we are already working on 6G. And there was a time when we were very happy when Mbps speed came, and then we were talking about giga speeds, and now we are tera speeds we are talking about. And ultimately why this, especially in telecom, why so much work is happening or so much requirement is happening. The main reason for that is that we have got 7.8 billion population of the world, and there are estimates that in 2030 we'll be needing at least 50 billion SIM or connected devices. Now for that, you need networks and speeds and latencies, all those issues. Plus, the way world is changing on internet, shopping, everything, so it is changing very fast. Whereas academia is not really able to catch up because they have to follow a structure and new syllabus which comes. So one piece of skilling what is required is that college pass outs whom we have to make employable. That means we have to give them those small modules, and they learn those modules, and they straight away becomes employable. Then the second kind of skills that are required is people who are working purely like manual workers. But like if they continue to do the kind of work they are doing, they will not produce quality. So if we skill them, they do better quality. Like so much of fiber work is happening. Same way is the case with the factories. Like we see factories in China, Taiwan, Japan, Korea versus our factories. So the moment the company invests into skilling of the workers, I think productivity level goes up, quality levels goes up, and overall things become better. So I think one is for new technology, other is for better productivity. We need probably all the time scaling requirement. And the third and the most important part is that the new technologies are coming, nobody knows about that. Like all youth, everybody has to be trained on that. They have to be skilled, reskilled, upskilled. So all that work has to happen in a very, very structured manner. So your question, Pankaj, that are as a country, we are equipped to train people for all these PLI schemes and all the schemes which are coming. So I tell you that in last 7 years, a lot of work has happened in skilling space. Skill India mission under Prime Minister's vision, I think a lot of work has happened. Telecom sector itself has got more than 1,000 training centers. We have already established 15 center of excellence. So all that is available. Only thing is, there is still, I'll say, a big gap between manpower. They don't know how to get the jobs, and companies, they don't know how to source the right manpower. So we are actually working on those, filling those gaps. And ultimately, the last leg what we have added in Telecom Sector Skill Council is, we are actually talking to the companies and asking them that you tell us your requirement. Either we'll do partly classroom training and rest on the job training, or take them on NAPs and multiple schemes and ultimately give the benefits.
But how much of percentage of the people, the students or the people who are working in the companies right now are prepared to handle the kind of, you know, technologies, the speed at which the technology is changing, 5G, 6G, you know, does it require a massive skilling or, you know?
Yeah, so one piece is there are already millions of people who are already working. I think estimated is around 4.5 million are already working in telecom sector.
Yeah.
So companies are all good companies, well-established companies, so they upskill their employees, so that work continues to happen. The other piece is the people who are passing out. The people who are passing out, they are also becoming very smart, especially with online learning. They know that where is their skill gap. We also teach them, we also guide them, and they bridge that skill gap, and ultimately, you know, they get employed.
Yeah.
And the last piece is, as far as the workers are concerned, I think that was the biggest challenge. Now, their government has come out with a beautiful schemes. Like NAPS is a scheme where 15% of your employees you can keep under as apprentice. There is no minimum wage requirement. There is no PF or ESI requirement. And even the age could be as young as 16 school, college pass out you can employ.
Oh, really?
So, plus, you know, the latest scheme what is coming in NEP 20, education policy, government is saying that you need not even go to the school or college. You work in the factories, will give you grades, and as per the grades, after 10 years, 5 years, you will start getting degrees by just working in the factories. So these are big changes that coming in this sector. I think
more of industry-based learning.
Yeah.
Coming to Dr. Upadhyay, we are talking about the manufacturing, but what about the core work which needs to be done? Sorry, my mic. So for the core work, what kind of work are we doing at CDOT? How prepared are we in the core area?
Before I talk about CDOT, because two things I would like to say. That why is that Atmanirbhar Bharat or Make in India has become so important today? There are two reasons.
Mic has to be closed. Yeah.
Hello?
Yeah.
Yeah. So before I say that what we are doing in CDOT, because that is also driven by the government policy, I would like to say that why is that Atmanirbhar Bharat or Make in India has become important now? There are two reasons. Reason one, economic. Because today, if you look at the demand for the electronics is around 80 billion, which is going to be around 300 billion by the time 2025. And most of it is met by the import. In the electronics segment alone, which includes telecom, there is a trade deficit of $50 billion. Exports are not growing the way it need to be growing, except for some good news from the mobile manufacturing sector. So what does it mean? That if I can bring down this trade deficit, do manufacturing in India, a lot of jobs will be created, economic multiplier effects will happen. So economical, this is one reason. One of the most another important reason is there, which is being talked about today also in Russia-Ukraine war, is the security. Your networks are totally IP. If I get a control of your network, I can bring down your telecom network within no time. And once telecom network is down, all your critical infrastructure will be down and nothing will work. So security is another reason, and you must have been reading various governments are doing various things to see that the networks which are deployed in the country are secure. So the best way of securing network is make indigenous. So that is what CDOT is doing. Now looking at the government, what government is doing, because if you look at the manufacturing today, 50% of the manufacturing happens in China. But there are companies like Qualcomm, Intel, Broadcom, they are not manufacturing, but a lot of value addition goes to them. So we need to do in both the sectors, in manufacturing as well as IP and design. So what government has done? For the manufacturing part, government came with a PLI scheme. PLI scheme that said that if you manufacture in India and set a target and make an investment of around 3,345 crore over next 5 years, I'll give you an incentive of 12,195 crore. That is the government scheme. What it will do? It will start manufacturing in India, will offset the disability cost, will create 40,000 employment, will lead to 1.82 lakh crore of production extra. So this is one part from the manufacturing side. Now without design also you can't do. Design is very important today. All the chipsets, all the SoCs are imported. And it's not easy actually. It's not easy, but somewhere we have to start. Government has come up with another scheme, DLI, Design Led Incentive, and Semiconductor Policy, where government said, I will give you 76,000 crore to set up this related to semiconductor fabs, any design related to that, because otherwise who will make investment? So government, as far as the government is concerned, government has done this. Another scheme, just very small scheme, because startup, you know, unicorns are getting created day in, day out in India because of the very small support from the government. The Department of Telecom has a scheme called DCIS, where they set the, you know, they help the startups to come up. So government is already looking on the entire value chain. Now coming back to CDOT. CDOT, we have been given the, were given the task last year, somewhere in 2020, that you have to produce 4G, 5G, 6G for the country, come what may. That was the mandate given to us. And I am happy to report that soon you will hear a good news in the media that we are going to complete this job, and soon this network will be deployed in BSNL network. It will not be 4G alone, 5G NSA will be deployed by Independence Day 2022 this year in BSNL network. So 4G, 5G we are doing. Secondly, to promote the industry, what we are doing in CDOT, whatever technologies we have developed, be it Wi-Fi, be it router, be it switches, 1M, 2M, IoT, hundreds of technologies are there. But the approach earlier had been, keep these technologies here and find the partners and not allow the source code to go. Now we have taken a decision, we will give everything to the industry, including source code, so that they can customize. You know, if I give source code to 10 guys, 10 companies will work on it and 10 kind of variants will come out in the market. So government is doing definitely a good job, and because without the government support we can't do. Right. I can assure this, that 4G and 5G will be from India in our Indian network very, very soon. As regards 6G, government has already put a task force which is working very vigorously, and it has partners not only from government, because government has realized that alone we can't do. So we have our task forces from industry, from academics, from practitioners, from policy makers to do the policy for 6G. So that's what we are doing.
Right. And before I go to Alec, I just wanted to come back to Pankaj once again, because this is the core that we are talking about, the core of the network and the core of technology. Pankaj, do you think that while these are very encouraging words, but we've been very late in doing this, we should have been doing this earlier, the Nokias and the Siemens and, you know, Ericsson, everybody now has captured this market? What do you
Before I answer that, I just want to little bit contradict Mr. Upadhyay. The 50 billion import, actually our target is to increase it 300% more. We want the import of India to go up to 150, $200 billion. Because let me ask the audience a question. What is the import of electronics in China? Can you tell me what is the import of electronics in China? Not the export of electronics. Anybody? The import of electronics in China is $500 billion. Right? So the idea is not to compress the import. You know, that will be Kuai mein Mendak wali strategy. The idea is to have a global supply chain and to export more than $200 billion. So you import $150, $200 billion, you export $250 billion. Utilize your skill, lower labor cost and export more. So that change of mindset is really important. No, I don't think this is, you know, I was very surprised nobody clapped when Mr. Upadhyay said that we'll have domestic 4G and 5G. I think, have we become so skeptical that, you know, it was great news, but nobody clapped. I think we should clap.
No, absolutely.
I think, Mr. Upadhyay, you'll have to, once you deploy it, once it works, only then people will take it seriously.
I think,
because I think government announcements are met with a lot of skepticism.
No, hopefully, C dot from BSNL also moves out to some private operators as well, if the technology is competitive enough.
I would just like to respond to Pankaj Mahendru Saab. I never said that we have to cut down import. Import is a necessary part, because once you import from the best sources, you will be efficient. What I said that we need to reduce our trade deficit. If the trade deficit, for example, in mobile, in 2017, we were exporting $0.2 billion. Today, we are exporting $1.7 billion. In 2017, our import was $3.5 billion. Today, our import is only $0.5 billion. So, if your exports deficit reduces by some way, means that you are exporting more and importing less, definitely it is going to create lot many jobs. Second, whether the news is correct or not, you will hear it very soon in the media. There is no doubt, absolutely no doubt, country will get its own 4G, its own 5G. There is absolutely no doubt.
Now, we should applaud that, for sure. Coming to Alek, you are the knowledge guy, huh? So, do tell me that, when we talk about scale, how far are we from countries that we are trying to compete with a Vietnam, with a China? Like, for example, I understand that while Samsung does a business of roughly $12 billion in India through sales and all, the production of Samsung in Vietnam is roughly $55–60 billion, $60 billion or so. And with all the things that they're trying to do in India, the total sales is around $12 billion. So this is the scale that we're talking about. The manufacturing would be even less, So when I spoke about the pipe dream, I didn't mean to put him down. But, if you look at the scale, it's a large distance that we need to cover. Can you give us some idea about where we are right now? How challenging is it? And can it be achieved? We are all very enthusiastic, and Pankaj wants us to applaud. But is it 10 years away? Is it 8 years away? Is it 5 years away? When we can also talk about of similar kind of scales.
Yeah. So definitely from a scale perspective, it is
little closer. Mic little closer, please. Yeah.
So from a scale perspective, where we are with respect to the examples of China that we take, it's multiples of not even 1x, 2x, 3x, but maybe multiples x difference. But the way I would look at it is a little differently. See, every country has developed their capabilities for driving the GDP growth, right? Maybe 10 years back it was China driving it on the back of manufacturing. And of course manufacturing is important because it has the highest multiplier impact in the economy. Right? There are certain areas where we can leapfrog those things which we have left behind. There's no point catching up, right? We are far behind playing the catch-up game of scale on old manufacturing. But where can we leapfrog? We talked about 4G, right? Now with 5G, the technology itself is moving to virtualized RAN, right? Virtualized radio access network, which means traditionally the entire radio access network, which used to have those BTS and eNode B and then networking equipments deployed, physical deployments, nowadays they are all moving to a software defined network, which means there is a lot of focus on the software that goes into the network, and the chipsets and semiconductors can be the same. You can control the routing logic, switching logic from a central location. Now that is something which needs more focus on software side development and not only the core hardware manufacturing which needs semiconductors and fabs, right? Now that could be one sweet spot.
Yeah.
So manufacturing, when we look at scale, we need to look at which are those newer areas, right, where we can get scale, while we can continue to play the catch-up game on semiconductors and some of those, because they are important to drive. They need much more scale. Even the minimum economic scale required to set up a plant has its own challenges. The second part of scale and is the digital scale, right? We talk of one METI plan, the report that METI published, which was also one of the themes today, $1 trillion $1 trillion digital economy.
Yeah.
The themes that the entire $1 trillion digital vision is based on is actually more services digital oriented, not so much necessarily manufacturing oriented. There are 9 themes. Okay, the themes are doubling the income of farmers. Themes are e-agriculture, e-healthcare, making sustainable energy for each and every household, which will go to solar and those things, telemedicine or e-medicine, digital banking. Now a lot of these ideas which will drive the next $1 trillion, right, is not necessarily going to be driven from traditional manufacturing but more digital manufacturing. What Facebook does today, right, what Uber and Ola does today, what Zomato is doing in India, or other companies like Paytm and others, and many are building in India, the neobank concept itself that RBI has come up with, that is all digital banking and digital manufacturing.
Yeah.
So I think that is the other part of scale where we have a natural sweet spot, natural talent. The traditional disadvantages which were structural in nature, infrastructural in nature, supply chain disadvantages, cost disadvantages, and the way China has subsidized, the Chinese government, the way they have subsidized the clusters, whether it is mobile device cluster, the toy cluster, Indian government I think will never be really keen to go it that way, right? So the important part is what elements of manufacturing which are relevant to pick up, and how do we build the scale on those areas where which is a sweet spot for the country.
No, I'll get Mr. Ariumrai to speak on this, but before that, let me tell you, I recently met Nishan Batra, who heads the R&D for Nokia globally, and he's also the head of Bell Labs. And he was telling me that the kind of talent that we have and the kind of knowledge-based work that we can do, original work from India, is unparalleled. And if we focus on those areas, then obviously we don't have any catching up to do, but this is where we can start afresh and maybe take a lead. But Mr. Ariumrai, do you agree with what Alek was speaking when we asked about scale, or do you think that it's a tall order?
No, so let me try and sort of answer it differently. So first of all, let us understand what is the value of electronics and tech industry in the world. The total valuation of electronics and tech industry is about $15.5 trillion, which is about 17% of total valuation. And if you see the impact of electronics and tech on the GDP is equal to about $16-17 trillion, which is about 17-18% of the global GDP. So this is one of the most valuable sector, and its contribution in the whole GDP is also consistently increasing. Now, with this kind of large numbers, the second most important thing what we need to understand is that the principle of winner takes all is valid. It is a law. Nobody can defy this law. It's like gravitational law, that finally only a few countries are going to supply to the rest. That is going to happen no matter what we think. So whether from that context, if you look at Vietnam and look at India, Vietnam got the advantage of being next to China when Chinese per capita has been growing and the guys were looking out of China to manufacture. And they were next door to China, very near. That advantage, as well as I always say the most important thing is the leadership, because that was the most important. Of course they had the advantage. But look at the fundamentals of India. We are equal number of people as compared to China, and Vietnam is just 10% or less than 9% of who we are right now. Their GDP per capita has grown like anything because they are so limited people. Very soon they are going to be completely non-competitive. India's GDP is going to grow, per capita is going to grow very, very slowly because we are so many people. So if at all, once our GDP is going to grow, any market which can replace China is going to be India, and it cannot be in Vietnam and any small market of the world. So the most important place which can replace China in manufacturing or which can have the fair share is India. And with such a 17% per capita, I am telling you that this is the most valuable country to manufacture, provided we are ready. And I am very sure that as industry we have taken the responsibility. We are not sitting aside and saying, oh, government has to do this and government is not doing this. We have taken responsibility that will make the government do the right things, and we build the industry here like we have built in mobile. Mobile is at the core of the entire electronics. Once we are able to do mobile, there is no electronics which we cannot do in India. And I'm very sure that we will do 50% of the global electronics by 2032. It will take time. It will not happen tomorrow morning. But that's opportunity we stand, and 50% of global electronic manufacture we can do in India, and 50% of value addition we can do in India by 2032-33 time frame, in such a manner that remaining 50% which is being manufactured in the world also cannot be competitive without utilizing the India's supply chain. So that is what was the dream, and that is what I can see a clear possibility. Thank you.
You are one confident man. 50% by 2022.
Pankaj, I just wanted to little bit rebut Alec.
Yeah.
It's not either or. While I endorsed Hariji's view that we should be doing 50% of electronics, but we should be doing 80% of the world chappals, shoes. You see, those disabilities, we can't have a chalta hai attitude about it. The core organic industries which employ millions, we should not let Bangladesh go ahead of us. Because India cannot be a sectoral economy that, okay, we are producing, the digital manufacturing, etc. We have to produce everything under the sun. And, look at output, export of $3-4 trillion in the next 10 to 15 years.
Yeah, but from one side, when we talk about being the factory of the world, there are also critics who say that by giving out these PLI incentives and sweeteners, we are being protectionist, that we are trying to insulate our economy, we are trying to insulate our companies, and once we open up, our companies may not be able to, compete aggressively, because these PLI benefits are for a period of 4 to 5 years, for example. Right. And the moment we open up, then again we are there in the big bad world, which gets very competitive, and then without any support, or I don't want to use that word, crutches, of that PLI support, we are nowhere in the market.
You see, the PLI is a very well thought out idea. The idea is to have two pillars of growth, which is global value chains and create Indian champions.
Yeah.
So historically, the first time we recognized in a Government of India policy, and we put Indian companies on a different platform to make them global leaders in the under $200 mobile phone. This is the mobile phone PLI, and mobile phone PLI was the first PLI. You are absolutely right that it is a crutch, but these are infant companies, and infant companies don't, it's a milk bottle actually, it's not a crutch, because they are infants, they have not even started walking. So we have to nurture them, we have to support them, we have to build them, and at the same time give competitiveness to the global value chains. But in these 4 or 5 years, Pankaj, I totally agree with you that we have to peg away at all the disabilities which are there. Whether it is higher power cost, higher land cost, etc. Labor is very competitive. We have to skill it and make it the most efficient in the world. So 5 years is the inflection point. The PLI is off. We have to.
But where did we miss the bus, Hariomji? Because while he's saying that we require a bottle of milk right now, but if I remember correctly, all your domestic companies, Intex, Carbon, Lava, you guys were big. Micromax. Micromax used to hit a turnover of 10,000 crores around 2011, 12, or I think those kind of years. What happened that we suddenly lost the plot and we gave so much of space that the Chinese or any outsider, not single out Chinese, could come and establish themselves out here? Is it also our own mistake that we did not fail to capitalize on the kind of groundwork that we had done earlier?
No, absolutely. I think I'll answer your question, but let me just talk on the point which we were talking about, the PLI, etc. बड़ा हिंदी में बात करूंगा 2 मिनट के लिए ताकि सबको understand हो. I think, but we may have people from South India, so let me speak in English only. That let's say in a family there are 4 people, okay, and the market cost of the 4 people, let's say, is 100,000 per person. And because of 100,000 per person, now you're not competitive. Imagine, because your people are sitting idle at 100,000 salary, and the moment you subsidize that by 50,000, you say, okay, 50,000 salary is subsidized. The household starts producing 200,000 because 4 people can be deployed. And that 200,000 can go and become economic multiplier in the country at least 4-5 times. And the kind of value which the government is going to get is phenomenal. Actually, this is the process. It is not subsidy. It is the understanding and thought process with which countries have built, especially at the time when you have disabilities. So therefore, this is not, I would say, this is not expenditure. This is an investment. And now coming to the second question, is that, which is going to multiply many times, that we were really 40-50% of the value market. The Indian companies were 40-15% of the volume market in 2016 time frame. And now we are 9.2% of the value market and just 2% of volume market and just 2% of the value market. Why we drop? So let's understand that we did not drop because we became uncompetitive. No. Chinese companies were earning about $5 billion each year in China because they did not allow Google or any American technology company to come to China. And because of that, only in the software, each company, each handset, they were making $18 per handset for 1 year. And if the life cycle of the handset is 2.7 years, each company, each handset, they are making $50. So if they are selling about 100 million phones, each company, they are making $5 billion. When they are making $5 billion, they have potential to lose money. When they came to India, Pankaj, you have done this article. They came here and they started losing money like anything. Despite doing 100,000 of turnover, most of them were losing 5,000, 6,000 crore. Together, the mobile market started losing 20,000 crore. The infant and nascent companies which were trying to get built got destroyed. And that is lack of knowledge and understanding of the policymakers and also of the companies, because we were also not knowledgeable what policymakers can do. Together as a country, we failed to realize the importance of building our own companies. And therefore, what has happened is where we are now. Now in the last 3 years, we understand that we have to build champions. And as I told you, it is a matter of time. The moment we'll be able to build skills and scales, no one can be more competitive than us, than the Indian companies. And we believe we have done the mathematics that by 2033, if at all we do certain 3 things right, which I cannot share right now because it's a very different forum, our Indian companies can make 500 million phones by 2033 of $112 billion. That's the possibility.
Yeah,
that's a big number.
Can I respond on PLI?
Dr. Opat, yeah.
I would like to clarify, PLI is not a subsidy scheme. It's not a subsidy scheme. It's a scheme which you give incentive on sales. The first requirement is you need to make an investment. As I said, the investment is to be made 3,345 crore by currently 31 companies has been given PLI. If they reach a sales figure from the base year, then only they get this thing. So, but there is a mind game, and most of the IPs are done in Bangalore, Noida, Pune. So why can't we do it? That is how the government has come up with this.
Companies also need to make their commitment, show their commitment. But coming to your to CDOT itself, do you think, like when you say that you've come of age and now you're working on 4G and 5G technologies, do you think that going forward a CDOT can also compete very aggressively with the likes of, as I said, Nokia or Huawei, and we can have core technologies being developed out of India, which which is as best as the others are doing?
I think again here I will like to say, if I look at the Huawei's R&D budget, Huawei's R&D budget is around $18 billion per annum, 18 billion. Nokia's 8 billion. The whole development cost of 4G is just 30 million. 30 million it has been produced. I don't find any problem, any challenge, because the challenge was there was no support. Now there is a political support, there is a executive support, and once India decided we need to do this, what has happened in space, what has happened in nuclear, government decided we need to get into space, government decided we want to get into nuclear. There was no focus earlier. Now, see, earlier thinking was, and naturally the cost efficient. If I get something cheaper in Vietnam or US or Europe, I must import. That was the thing. But because of the security reason, this is a parameter important now that we produce ourselves. I don't find any problem, and through this forum, I would like to inform these industry stakeholders that earlier CDOT was a closed organization. Today it is an open organization. Any of our technology what we have developed, be it router, Wi-Fi, 1M2M, 4G, 5G, anything will be available to the industry partners along with the source code. We will fund these startups. We are going to fund a startup this year. We have never been funding. This year a great funding will be done for startups, because we have seen if we work in a collaborative manner using talent of our country, I think nothing is impossible.
So 30 million versus $18 billion, but you are also giving results.
Our budget is just 30 million and the Huawei's budget is $18 billion. So naturally, you know, to compete with Nokia and Huawei will go a long way. But once we put, I'm telling you, this BSNL POC what we have done and which we are completing will open up the door to the global market. It's not for BSNL alone. See the RAN what we have done, Tejas has done the RAN. It has passed all the tests, everything A to Z to the world class RAN parameters. So today it will supply to BSNL, tomorrow it will go to Indonesia, Europe, anywhere.
Absolutely.
So
absolutely.
I'm sure, and this consortium is led by TCS, which is itself is a software power. What was preventing us earlier is the hardware. Now today my 4G core is totally virtualized. It runs on a standard software, a standard PC it can run, its standard server it can run depending upon the call volume. If you want to run up a small network, it will work on a PC. If you want to run for a carrier grade like BSNL, it will require 30-40 servers. So because of the softwareization, now the companies like TCS has a much bigger role, and I'm sure that is why, because the 5G is complete software. It is working on a COTS software, a COTS hardware. So we have.
Which are the areas where you're focusing the most right now?
Our demands are in those like people who are on factories, basically technicians, workers, that is one area. But then there is a very big shift now on IoT, machine learning. Right. And recently, I think Prime Minister has announced that that there has to be a very, very big focus on robotic, drone technology. So we are actually working on drone technology. We have just going to launch a center of excellence in Patna soon, where there will be drone technology available. Similarly, other places. So those are the areas. So basically all these future skills is one area which we are doing for qualified engineers and upscaling purposes, and for mass consumption, like for factory usage, we are still training people on SMTs or on software designs or basically routine kind of jobs.
Just we're moving towards the close of the discussion. Just comments from Mr. Hariom Rai and Pankaj on one issue about ease of doing business. While obviously a lot of enablers are there in the market right now, and the government also seems to be very mindful of the concerns of the industry. But time and again in private conversations we hear about this problem about on ease of doing business. Do you think we've sorted that thing out? Or do you think we still have those irritants where, on a daily basis, on a weekly basis, there is something or the other that comes and bothers you and takes you away from your core work to managing the government affairs and moving out of your managing your, manufacturing or other areas?
This guy, I'm very scared of this guy, Prasoon. He got me into a lot of trouble. This question was asked to me, and I just said that, in some parameters, India can compete with the worst in the world, right? And he projected it in a different manner. So I hope, Pankaj, you won't do that. No, I think there has been a lot of change. There has been a lot of change. Has it completely transformed? No. We would be like a middle nation at the moment in terms of clarity, in terms of ease of doing business. So there is a lot more to do. The mindset of the revenue authorities continues to be very shrill and very unfriendly at times. So that is something which, if India has to be a great nation, there has to be a trust and a deep patriotism, and not, jingoistic patriotism, that is required in each and every person, that I have to build the nation, I have to sacrifice for the nation. It's not the buying the farmhouse and the, $2 million worth of diamonds for my wife. That is not my objective. My objective is to build the nation, because when everybody works like that, it will become much bigger. But the chill factor of ease of doing business, or the lack of ease of doing business, is a very terrible thing. You cannot define it, because when something is chilled, it doesn't move. So we should not, get smug about it. There is a lot of work to be done.
What is Pankaj, I think on the same point, what I see that one area, last 40 years I've been in the business or industry. Last 5 years, the kind of focus work which is happening, especially on education and skilling, that is totally unmatched.
Correct.
Government, central government, all the ministries are working on that. And that is going to bring a lot of results. And I'm not talking only about telecom sector. I think all 39 sectors, the way government is covering and the kind of focus they're bringing. So there is a big change in last 5-7 years.
Correct. Right. Mr. Hariom Rai, what is your view? Because you're on the ground. I think, it's all is the question of vision as to how do you visualize it, right? Michelangelo said that the greatest danger to most of us is not that we aim too high and fell short, but that we aimed too low and achieved it. Actually, that's the most important one. This is a standpoint. So when we look at the standpoint, we look, what is that we are importing, and how can we ensure that we don't import and supply domestically. I think we have to eye for exports to the world, and in the bargain we'll supply locally. Similarly, ease of doing business is just a necessary condition. If in 2022 we are talking about ease of doing business, I think definitely there is something wrong with us, and had something not wrong with us, we would not have been 18% people, would not have been surviving on a mere 3.1% GDP. So this is true that even today, ease of doing business we are talking about, and I think we have to go far beyond that. And the way to go far beyond that is first the mindset change. And the mindset change means what? We as government, we have to recognize and realize that every single government is the largest company of the nation, the biggest company of the nation, and every single business is like a branch manager of the government, because government cannot earn money. No way. The only way government can earn money is by making the businesses earn money and making the citizen employed in the businesses, and therefore it is the necessary condition. I'm only saying, let's eye for much larger much larger vision. Let's go past, ease of doing business. Let's say, how can we take, our companies to global scale, and how can we build something so large and phenomenal for India that we are at least a $16-17 trillion economy in time to come.
I think that's very candid, and thank you all for a very candid discussion. There are constraints of time, so we'll have to stop it out here, but broadly, as I see, there's a lot of optimism, there's a lot of positive aggression. But yes, the government is also a stakeholder, and the government has to realize that the growth of the industry is also the growth of the nation. And so we're all partners in this. Thank you very much all for this wonderful discussion. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir. Before we close this session, I would request our Mr. Dhruv Behel from Exhibitions India Group, he's the director in EIG, to give away mementos to our moderator, Mr. Pankaj Dovil, who is national editor, The Times of India. Mr. Dovil. A round of applause, please. I'm sure you can clap harder. Mr. Hariom Hari, Chairman, Lava International. Mr. Pankaj Mahendru, Chairman, India Cellular and Electronics Association. Mr. Rajkumar Upadhyay, ED and Chairman, CDOT. Mr. Arvind Bali, CEO, Telecom Sector Skill Council. And Mr. Alek Tiwari, Partner, KPMG. Thank you very much. We start the next session immediately. The topic of the next session is Data Storage Strategy and Innovation. For this, we have our speaker, Mr. Naresh Rana, Senior Manager, Enterprise and Embedded India Region, Western Digital. He has 25 years experience in technology industry. He has worked in different roles in research and development. Currently heading Embedded and Enterprise Sales for Western Digital, formerly Sandix Semiconductors since 2014. And before that, worked in microprocessor companies like NXP, Semiconductors and Philips. May I request Mr. Rana to come up on the dais, please. Please. Can you take your seat, sir? Come. Can you take your seat? I'll just request you. Oh, you want to load your laptop? Yes. Then you can start off the session. Sure. Straight away from here. Yeah. Okay.
कौन सी है सर पीपीटी? पीपीटी कौन सी है?
मैं निकालता हूँ। एक सेकंड।
वहाँ पे बाद में चलेगा।
ओके।
स्लाइड शो। हाँ ऐसे है। ये आपको बड़ा चाहिए?
नहीं, इट्स ओके। हेलो हेलो Hello, good evening everyone. I am Naresh Rana and I am heading enterprise and embedded business for Western Digital in India. So I'll give two very amazing statements. First is more than 40% of world's data is stored on Western Digital devices. I repeat, more than 40% of world's data is stored on Western Digital devices. And second, the data which will be created in next 3 years will be more than the data which is created in the last 30 years. So this is humongous, and in today's presentation in first half, I'm going to discuss what are the key storage innovations which Western Digital has done, which is going to help us out in capturing this humongous data. And second part of the presentation is about what are the storage technologies which should be used so that the right system can be designed. If you choose a wrong storage product, wrong storage component, then it could create some reliability issues, it can degrade your storage solutions performance, and even have a product recall. So let's jump into my presentation. So just a one pager on my presentation. Like this is a snapshot of Western Digital portfolio. So we are a $18 billion company and we build all kind of storage products, right from semiconductor chips to micro SD cards and pen drives, even client hard disk drives and solid state drives for laptops, desktops, for NVRs and DVRs, and for NAS kind of boxes. And with the acquisition of HGST, we also ventured into the data center hard disk drives. And we also build large storage boxes. So this is a $18 billion portfolio. So about innovations in storage. If you see the first hard disk drive which we built in 1959, it was of 5 megabyte of capacity. It was the size of a washing machine, and it's now in 2022, the size is just a 3.5 inch and the capacity is 20 terabytes. Over 4 million times of capacity have been increased in last couple of decades. And when it comes to the solid state drives, the first storage was built at 20 megabytes, and now we have a SSD which is 16 terabytes. So Western Digital is always pioneer when it comes to launch the high capacity storage systems. So let's talk about innovations in our storage products. So there are only two products where you can store the data. And for us, data is zeros and ones. So first is hard disk drive, and the second one is the flash storage. So hard disk drive is used primarily where you need very high capacities but very low cost. And flash memory is used where you need high performance, low latency, and small form vector. Even now, the hard disk price is 10 times cheaper than the solid state drives. So we are going to talk about innovations in these two areas. The first one is the flash technology. So flash technology is primarily, it's a flash memory cell. It's a semiconductor wafer. And how do we increase more and more capacity? So in early part of the 2000s, our technology was on 160 nanometer. Now if we shrink the size of the transistor, then only we can add more and more capacities and reduce the prices. So by 2015, we shrunk the node to 15 nanometer. And after that, we could not do that because of the technological limitations. So the 2D, two-dimensional XY 15 nanometer was the last. But our technologists and our engineers, they built a 3D NAND cell, which is what basically putting all the cells one over the other so that multiple layers of cells can be created. So in a real estate analogy, you can say initially when a piece of land, there is a one house. And now we are building multi-story buildings. So that's how we are increasing the capacities. And if you see the first product when we launched, it was 48 layer. And then subsequently 64 layer, 96 layer. So today, 2022, we have built 162 layer 3D NAND memory cell. And we call it vertical scaling. So not only we are doing vertical scaling, we are also again squeezing the cell in the X, Y, and Y directions. We call it horizontal scaling. So we are trying to reduce the memory hole density. We are also doing a lot of overhead reductions, and CMOS is placed under the cell. For example, let's say in a real estate tower, if the parking is open, then there is a huge space is wasted. So if you put parking in the basement, then there is a storage space. So exactly the same thing we are doing in the lateral scaling. So by doing vertical and lateral scaling, we are able to pack more and more number of bits into the one cell. And last but not the least, there is another way to scale. That is logical scaling. For example, in the 2D NAND cell, we used to have just one bit in one cell. Then we came MLC, we added 2 bits per cell, and then 3 bits per cell. And right now in 2022, we have built QLC, which is 4 bits per cell. So adding, it's like earlier in real estate analogy, in a house there was only one person, and now we have a 4 person. So what's happening because of that? We have built a 162 layer 4 QLC cell. So from one bit per cell, now we are at 162 into 4, which is 648 bits per cell. So 648 times increase. And going forward in 2030 or even before that, we are going to launch 200 layer cell or even PLC, which is 5 bit per cell. So which is going to add huge capacities to the flash industry. And not only in flash we are increasing the density, we are also doing a lot of innovations in the hard disk drive. If you see this picture of an hard disk drive, there are a lot of disks inside this hard disk drive. So how do we increase the capacity of a hard disk drive when we know the thickness of the hard disk drive will be same? So by adding more number of magnetic disks in one disk, or what we can do, the data is stored on the tracks of the hard disk. So if we are able to add more number of tracks on the platter, then we can add more number of data. Otherwise, all these magnetic bits, they are spaced at some distance. So if we try to reduce the space, then we can add more number of bits on the one tracks. So there are 3 ways to increase the capacity of an hard disk drive. But then there are challenges too. Because if you try to put more number of disks in one hard disk drive, you have to reduce the thickness of the hard disk drive, which is not possible because the less thickness of the hard disk drive can create a lot of reliability issues and noise. So helium comes as a savior here. So what we did in the hard disk drive, we removed the air from the drives and we hermetically sealed the drive with helium. Now helium is a gas which is 1/7 of the density of air. So because of helium, now we can have less friction and all these platters can rotate at 7,200 RPM without causing any worry. So that's how we are able to pack earlier 2 to 3 platters in one hard disk. Now we can pack 9 platters in the hard disk. And secondly, how to increase the track density. So what's happening when the read and write head in this magnetic platter, it has to land at a very particular position. So if the actuator assembly or if the read and write head cannot position itself on the right location, then there will be errors in the data. With this triple stage actuator assembly, with this innovation, now the head can be landed precisely on the right location. So now we can have thinner width of the tracks. So that's how we increase the track density. And lastly, when a magnetic bit is written on the magnetic platter, so there is a lot of jitter and magnetic fields. And to reduce that, what we did, we innovated a technology called energy assist magnetic recording, and because of that, now we are able to pack more number of bits into these tracks. So with the help of these 3 technologies, we are able to build these kind of products. Now we have JBoards, which is like 2 petabyte of capacity. We have pen drive and micro SD card with 1 terabytes of capacity. We have hard disk drive with 20 terabytes. So these are the innovations. Not only for today, even for future we are ready, and in future you will see more and more number of higher capacity products will be launched by Western Digital in India and world. Now I'm just shifting the gears. So we have a product, same product, which can be used, it's a semiconductor device. It can be used in a mobile phone application, it can be used in a set-top box, it can be used in a 5G telecom base station, or similar device can be used in a CCTV camera also. But it will function well, it is a pin compatible part, it's a software compatible, but what happens when you use one product into the other application, it will work, but it will work only for certain amount of time. So after 6 months, 1 year, there will be some degraded performance or some reliability issues. So this set of presentation, I want to focus on how, So we have to focus on like what kind of issues are there in these storage technologies which can be addressed. So I would like to admit that flash memory, it's basically a memory cell with a floating gate, and few electrons are there which act as an 0 or 1. And when high voltage is applied on this flash cell, there are chances that there may be cell-to-cell interference, or when a lot of read and writes happen on this device, so eventually the oxide layer of this flash memory cell, it degrades. What does it mean? The flash read and writes are limited. You cannot write it over time. It is just like your battery or your car tire. After usage, it will wear it out. So what happens like Western Digital, when we make flash products, So it comes in different qualities. It's not like a processor where if you produce a 1 piece or if you produce a 1 million piece, there's the same quality. So what we do, we extract the higher quality flash and put it into automotive segments or data center segments. And there are applications like USB or mobile phone where you don't need that kind of high endurance flash. So endurance is one of the key factors which need to be considered when you are choosing a storage product. For example, the card or eMMC used for mobile phone need not to be a very high endurance. But the same chip, if it is used in a CCTV camera where you are doing 24/7 recording for 5 years or 7 years, you need a different kind of flash, very high quality flash, which can endure these many durations. And secondly, flash also gets corrupted when it is exposed to lower temperatures or higher temperatures. So because of these reasons, now if you use an set-top box or data center flash, because set-top box or mobile phone or data center, they are in the control environment. And if you use that kind of flash in an automotive vehicle, it's not going to last. It can function for 3 months, 6 months, but when you have an extreme temperature, it's not going to function well. Even the CCTV camera, which is like outside, and the temperature is in Rajasthan is 50 degrees Celsius. So there's a big issue. So we have seen in field where customers have used retail grade memory, flash memory in their automotive products, and then most of them got rejected in 3 to 6 months time. So we have to take care of temperature, altitude, vibrations in these flash technologies. And the third and most important criteria is data retention. So what happens, I'll just give an example. You store some of your pictures in your USB and just put your USB in a drawer. Open it after 5 years and you connect it to the laptop. There are very high chances that some of the data will be corrupted. It is because of the flash memory cell characteristics. Electrons can leak even when it is not powered. So in applications like automotive or some application like telecom where you need 5 years or 10 years of life, you need to have features like auto and manual refresh, because of which you can have longer data retention times. So these are the very important criteria which need to be considered. And apart from that, you have storage protocols. For example, eMMC protocol. Now there is no new development going on eMMC. The next generation development is on UFS. So when you are choosing a processor, you need to ask the processor guy, is your processor supporting USF standard or it is still on eMMC? And same for the solid state drives, that like SATA and SAS protocols are almost now dead on the solid state drives. Now it is the NVMe and PCI standards. So the Intel or AMD, or do they support NVMe standards? So then go for the latest standards. That's the way to look at the protocol side. And also flash memory dynamics are very, very different from the other semiconductor component dynamics. There's a lot of variation in the price in the flash. Like there's a China flash market and DRAM exchange where flash prices are changing like a stock market. It changes every day. So when you are designing a product, you have to ask your vendor, can you give a 1-year price validity or a 2-year price validity? And also flash is always fluctuating demand and supply. So do you have long-term agreements with your vendors? So during this shortage time, we have seen many companies who didn't have LTA agreements with the flash vendors. They could not get even the supplies. And the third thing is, since this flash technology, it like discontinues and there's a lot of innovation going on. So the old products are discontinued very fast. So we have cases in India where customer designed a product, started the design, he picked up some eMMC memory, and by the time his production was ready and ready to deploy in the field, that flash memory got discontinued. So ask all these questions to your storage vendors, and so that get satisfied yourself. So that's why I said, like, all the products look and feel is same, but they are different. Like products which are used in mobile phone, they are driven by price. The industrial and IoT products, they are driven by temperature range and endurance. Automotive products in the same storage, they are driven by the AEC standards, or there are so many other certifications are required. Connected home or set-top box, now here you need very, very high endurance. For example, mobile may have 100 to 200 PE cycles, but for connected home you need 50,000 cycles. And finally, the surveillance. In surveillance applications, you need even the higher capacities like 1 terabyte and a wider range. Surveillance camera can be posted in some external harsh environment conditions. So these are the areas, and this is a slide which I picked from my website. Like Western Digital acquired SanDisk a couple of years back. Now, if you buy any SanDisk retail card and use it in your set-top box or in other application, then warranty is void. We have clearly written that you don't get warranty if retail grade or mobile card is used for dashboards, for CCTV cameras, NVR cameras, in automotive infotainment. So we have to be very, very careful while selecting parts. So the message here I want to give is, like, don't make storage an afterthought. Partner with the storage vendor before you start your designs, and also discuss your use case and application along with the vendor so that we can advise the right part for these applications. So there is a Smart City Expo also going on. So I thought, let me put one slide on the Smart City Expo. Like we have the solutions, storage solutions for all kind of smart cities, right from micro SD cards for cameras, then hard disk drives for NVRs and DVRs, and also the cloud storage for backup solutions. So this is the enterprise grade solution from Western Digital, where you can have thousands of cameras and all the data can be stored on these Western Digital platforms. So in the limited time, so that's what I can share about storage. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
We come to... Well, ladies and gentlemen, we come to the end of this session. Before I start the next session, may I request Ruchika from Exhibitions India Group to give a memento to our esteemed speaker, Mr. Raina. Can you just be over here, sir?
Okay, fine.
To our speaker, Mr. Naresh Rana, who is a Senior Manager, Enterprise and Embedded, India Region, Western Digital. Thank you, you're welcome. Well, we start the next session, which is U&I introduction. Our distinguished speaker is Meet Wij, who is the CEO officer of U&I. Can I have him on the dais, please, Mr. Wij? Ruchika, just Rekha, go and find out from Ruchika about Mr. Wij. Meet Wij. Just see where is Mr. Wij? You can have your tea break. You can collect your tea and coffee from there and come back to your seats. So by the time Mr. Vij comes onto the dais, you can collect your tea cups or coffee cups and come and sit in your seat. For tea and coffee, it's served right at the end over there. You can bring your cups and sit at your seat before we start the session. May I have Mr. Meet Vij on the dais, please? Please take your seat, sir. We have a Ladies and gentlemen, meet Mr. Meet Vij from UNI. He'll introduce himself and he'll carry on the introduction that he's interested in. Thank you.
Hello everyone. Myself Meet Vij. I am one of the CEOs of the company, and I'm looking after the e-commerce and the marketing of the brand, that's UNI. And so coming to UNI, we started, please go to the next slide. It was, sorry. Yeah, so UNI was founded in 2019. We started with manufacturing mobile covers in 2007, and then we ventured into mobile accessories in 2019. So it was founded by Mr. Paresh Vij and Mr. Naveen Vij, who are my uncle and my father, respectively. And so from that, we launched our brand with brand ambassadors who are Mr. Shahid Kapoor and Ms. Rakul Singh. And I would like to show you what we have achieved so far. We have launched more than 900 products in just 3 years. We have onboarded more than 18,000 dealers across India. And we have brought smiles to more than 50 million customers across India. Now coming to the products, which are the best-selling products according to the category. If we go, these are the neckbands and TWS and data cables, which are the best-selling products of UNI. Now coming to the recent trends that we have been seeing in the market. The mobile usage of the consumers, of the people, have increased by 30% if we compare it to 2021. And on an average, people are using about 3.5 to 4 hours on a daily basis. So this is also because of the growing popularity of OTT platforms like Amazon Prime Video, Netflix, Hotstar, etc. So people are requiring entertainment, and that's the reason why they are using the mobile phone so much. And that is one of the reason why battery is draining very fast. People are requiring the mobile accessories more because they need an enhanced experience. They need mobile earbuds, they need mobile Bluetooth neckbands, they need speakers. So what we have seen so far is that people are converting, people are changing their usage of the products. They are not going for the neckbands, they are going for TWS nowadays. That's the change that we have seen. And the consumers are demanding more faster charging speeds from the chargers that they buy. So what have we done to tackle this, to solve the problems and the demands of these customers? We have made single charger that can charge each and every phone, whether it's Vivo, OnePlus. They support all types of fast charging technology. Normally, you would need a specific charger for a specific phone, but for the product that we have produced, that charges each and every phone to its best possibility. Like how much ever the fastest phone can be charged, we have that charger. We have a single charger who can charge your device, any device for that matter, at its fastest time possible. We have increased the technology. We have expanded the technology of neckbands and TWSs, and now that they can give you the location of their product wherever it is placed at. We have built a software that comes with the product, from which you can find your own neckband or earbuds wherever if you have lost it. We have added gaming modes so that there are lower latency issues and there are no latency issues and so on. Now coming to what we have done in the offline industry. We have changed the offline industry from what it was before we ventured into mobile accessories market. So up till now, what would happen was any brand that is dealing with the sales channel, as in the distribution network, who had the distribution network, they did not meet each and every reseller or a wholesaler and ask them that what are the problems that they are facing. Nobody would listen to them. They would only listen to their customers. They are super stockists for that matter. They are distributors who are catering to the resellers. So we changed that. We started meeting each and every reseller, each and every wholesaler, and understood what did they need, what were they facing, what were they requiring, what were their customers requiring. And we understood their requirements and made the products according to their needs. That is the reason why all of our dealers are happy and satisfied, and most of them, whoever are not dealing with us because of some or the other issue, they are finding some or the other opportunity to be a part of UNI. We did not make any partners. We made them and treated them as our family. That is the reason why we became a fastest growing company, and we have more than 900 products. We launched more than 900 products in just 3 years. Thank you. If you have any questions, then please let me know.
Any questions? Please ask some questions for the young entrepreneur. Give him a bug up. No questions. Everybody knows everything, it seems. Anyway, thank you so much, Meet. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
But don't go. Just be over here. We have a small formality.
Okay, okay.
Ruchika from Exhibitions India. Can we have you on the dais to give a memento? Miss Ruchika. Yeah. Thank you so much. We will start the last session of the day within 5 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, we start the last session of the day, that is on OTT. The discussion, it's a panel discussion, surge of OTT industry, pandemic and its impact on growth. For this we have our moderator, Mr. Deepak Joshi, he is co-founder, Fando. Can we have him on the dais, please? And the speakers we have Meghna Krishna, Chief Revenue Officer, Videoverse. May I have you, ma'am, on the dais? Manpreet Bumrah, Senior VP Distribution and Alliances, Eros Now. And Sunil Seth, Director, KPMG. Without much ado, I hand over the mic to you, sir, to carry on the session. Deepak Joshi, sir, can you start the session?
Correct. Sure. Yes. Okay.
I have to sit there then?
Sure. Sure, thank you. So hello and a very warm welcome to everyone in this session. My name is Deepak Joshi. I am co-founder of Fundu.com, a video streaming technology company. So last couple of years have been really crazy for the OTT industry. And we have seen a significant growth in the numbers of OTT subscription, consumption of data, new OTTs coming up. And with the same, we have today's topic, which is the surge of OTT, pandemic, and its impact on the growth. And we have an amazing panel here to discuss this. We have Meghna Krishna, Chief Revenue Officer of Videoverse, Manpreet Bumrah, Senior Vice President Distribution and Alliances, Eros Now, and Sunil Seth, Director, KPMG India. So we'll start with the introduction. Meghna, can you start?
Yeah, hi. Hi, I'm Meghna. I'm the CRO for Videoverse, previously known as Touch.ai. We provide AI-based highlights in real time, so digital-ready content for most of the broadcasters, sporting events, entertainment, as well as news. We're based out of, we have offices in India, in US, and in UK currently.
Thanks, Meghna. Manpreet?
Hi, this is Manpreet. I head revenues for Eros Now, both for domestic as well as international market. Eros Now is an offshoot of Eros, which is like into distribution and production of movies since 4 decades. And Eros Now is like one of the promise there to the consumers to make available content anytime, every time, anywhere. Yeah.
Thanks. Sunil?
Hi everyone, I'm Sunil. I'm a director with KPMG. I have been a student of this field, looking at the evolution of media as all of us have been, and it's a very exciting time to be part of this, to live through the OTT evolution that we are going to talk about, to live through the pandemic, things that have never happened before. So one of the objectives that I carry is to help companies, how can they make money out of this, or how they can optimize their business operations, and that's what I look at. But really excited to be here, and I think this is an amazing time and an opportune topic to talk about. So thank you to the organizers for choosing something like this to set this up.
Thank you, Sunil, and I also feel privileged to be a part of this session with such industry leaders. So we see a lot of buzz around OTT, and keeping this buzz aside, we'll start with the evolution of OTT. How did it all start? When did it begin? Which was the first one? And how, where are we heading basically? So for this, I will pass it to Manpreet, because he was working with OTT since the very beginning of it, right?
Of course, yes. Thank you, Deepak. So, yeah, we like I completely remember, in fact, the time of 2008 when this big flicks was launched. That was like the first OTT ever in India, and Then it was followed by Ditto in 2012, and of course Eros Now again, which came in 2012. Back then, despite of this thing, like OTTs were coming up, digital distribution of content was happening, but somehow the technology was not supporting. There is a hockey curve which we guys actually saw in 2015-16, and that actually happened because of the wide acceptance of OTT, not only by the OTT platform providers, but by the consumers, by the partners like Telecom, partner like .com, partners like ISPs, and so on and so forth. So when I say like evolution, it was a larger acceptance of the overall world. It was like a 360-degree growth amalgamated by the acceptance of lot many industries, so to say.
We'll try.
Yeah.
Thanks, Urpreet. Sunil, do you want to share your views?
Absolutely. And there have been quite an interesting piece when we look at the evolution of OTTs. I just hope I'm audible back there. In case I'm not, let me know. I'm audible. That's great to hear. So the evolution of OTT throughout has been pivoted around a few key themes, right? It could have been around a sporting event that became mainstream. We know in cricket, we know what happened in Kabaddi. Most of you would have lived through this evolution, as what Manpreet also talked about, the Big Flick story and how that transitioned into an OTT piece. But what has happened in the past 2-3 years? The OTTs being mainstream for a certain group of people have completely become democratized in the last 2-3 years. You know, the change that we have seen, earlier it was a certain segment of people who would go for a certain kind of content in OTT. In the last 2 years with the pandemic, all of us being at home, most of us being connected to the internet, most of us having a mobile smartphone in our hands and our personal screens, we became mega consumers of that content, right? And this led to an explosion. It was not only sports, it was not only English shows or certain shows. OTTs went vernacular. OTTs went regional. A lot of that content became mainstream. Now, not only content became king, the platforms also started, I wouldn't say fighting with each other, but they also started chasing a similar set of demographics. But that demographics actually exploded again in the last 2 years. Earlier they were chasing a similar set of demographics, now those niches have emerged. With the emergence of these niches, right, there is a clear demarcation of what are the kind of users who go to, let's say, a platform 1. They have an affinity towards those which are more sports centric, for example. What is the nature of users who have a platform affinity to consume news or current events out of an OTT kind of a setup? Who are those who go there mostly for music and listening? I'm sure all of you will agree that in a day you would spend at least 2 to 3 hours on some platform or the other, whether it is your commute, because not only did OTT move out of your smartphone into your car radio. We know the deal that a certain company has on connected cars, and they are giving it right there. Not only they moved out of your mobile phone into the television set that you had, they moved into your radio speakers. The channels that were broadcasting on radio moved into a non-linear fashion. So this whole, both a convergence and a divergence happened. And a lot of that was driven by you as users and you as consumers. But this is a very interesting topic. I mean, I could go on for, let's say, the next 1 hour if you don't stop me. So feel free to stop me whenever you want to.
Sure. Thank you so much for this overview on the evolution of OTT. But we'll continue with our next topic, and we will come back in this. I know you can talk more and more on this. So, so with the rise of many personalized OTT, new things, new OTTs coming up, there is a huge competition we are seeing in the market as well. What do you think can be a good strategy to retain our old customers and gain new customers? So I'll let Meghna speak about it.
Hi all. Yeah, so contrary to what Mr. Sunil said, I think OTTs, it's not an affinity to OTT that drives a person, but the affinity to the content or the kind of content you want to watch. And the more the OTTs can offer that personalized content or can drive a customer based on what their preferences are. So whether it's their digital marketing channels that are driving the traffic to their OTT channels. So the more I watch, for example, if I watch an ad of a particular movie or an actor I particularly like on a social media channel, I'm more likely to come and watch that movie, that show on the OTT. Maybe I don't have a subscription to that OTT and I'll get it only for that particular genre of movies. Or when it comes to sports, sometimes in our busy lives we don't even realize there's a particular event happening somewhere. So if that it's not advertised, you've not created short form content, because that's where the viewers are, right? They're watching, they're getting their information from social media. So if you're not put short form content, you're not informing them in real time what is happening, then they may not ever come to your OTT platform. So to me, it's very important when you're competing or when you're looking for the same eyeballs that everybody else out there is looking for, you put your best foot forward, you put the personalized content, you put the personalized short form content out there for them to watch, to attract them to come to your channels.
Thank you, Meghna. Manpreet, you have been playing with the content and consumers analytics a lot.
Yeah.
Can you share your views on this?
Sure. So like from where I see at it, like there are like two models which plays a major role in acquiring and retaining a customer. So one is the model in which like we guys are regularly producing content, promoting our content, reaching out to customers, showing them what new things we guys are having and what collage we guys are having. The other aspect to gaining and like retaining a customer is creating a recall value within the frame or the mindset of a consumer. Now, how do we do that? The B2B model globally, where B2B means like business to business, B2B model globally has proven its worth significantly, and OTT globally has been riding, in fact, on the B2B partnerships. So what do we all guys get out of it? We guys get significant reach. You partner with a telco and you are like, your content is accessible there to 750 plus million consumers. You partner with like the digital portals and your content is available there with them. So to say, everybody and in terms of partnerships has recognized the value of OTT, and because of which we guys are like made to make our content, our platform available there to our consumers, keep them updated with the new launches which we guys are doing, which helps us retain or acquire a new customer base.
So do you mean we need to have more monetization models? Like right now we have SVOD, AVOD and TVOD. So are you talking about that we should integrate with all big players also, and this is also one of the new stream?
So when we talk of like revenue models, there are three models, so to say, and they have their own different offshoots. So one is the subscription-led model, which is like for monthly consumption, quarterly consumption, 6 months consumption, annual consumption, and so on and so forth. Then there is like the TVOD, which is like for that particular transaction itself. Companies like YouTube, where they have made like billions and billions of dollars, in fact, on showing free content. Then there are like UGCs, wherein like again the content is made available freely to the consumer, and monetization is happening on the ad. So then there are like the freemium models, wherein like part of the content is available free of cost at OTT, and then part of the content is available behind the paywall. So there are various mediums. You see there, so like what we guys do, if I really have to say, with this OTT getting accepted by all the players, all the consumers, all the partners. What we do is like we segment it. We run with the KPIs or the KRAs of our partners. We tell them this thing like, okay, tell us what KPI you want to run behind. What is there that what you want to achieve? Do you want to have more engagement? Do you want to have more customer base? So what is the KPI you want to have? Like basis that we create a different business model for them. And that is how we have been more successful in making both the companies, like them as well as profitable.
Sure. I think it's more innovations, and we see that there are merger happenings. Two different OTT platforms are working together. There are acquisitions. There are bundle offerings. So there are multiple models that are coming up. And yeah, so here we go with the next question, which is pre-pandemic and post-pandemic impact, which is why we are here to discuss this. So pre-pandemic and after pandemic, we saw a sudden growth in the whole OTT industry. A lot of consumption, data consumption and subscription we saw. But one more question is there that, whenever the public feel, I mean, we as an individual, we feel that, pandemic is over and there is a new movie in a cinema hall. This movie also generates some business and people are back to cinema halls. So I would just like to understand that where are we heading, what are our next steps, and what was the driving force in the pandemic time which got us so high numbers. So Sunil.
Great, and I think that's a very interesting question. But to answer that question, let us first understand what is the value chain that we are talking about, right? And I'll simplify it into 2 or 3 big blocks. So there is this set of people who make money out of content. That's one part of that value chain, right? What happened with the pandemic was that people who generated or created content were not able to do so because of the restrictions. Shooting schedules got cancelled, right? But I shouldn't say they were not able to. That nature of content production changed. A lot of that happened at different locations. People opened up home studios, for example. A lot of indie content came up. So the nature of content changed because of the pandemic. That's first part of that value chain. The second part of that value chain is the distribution, right? And when I say distribution, that's where the OTTs come in, right? And that's where a lot of other middle players in the middle come in, right? You may not have a direct sell to OTT. You may have a couple of hops before that content reaches there. OTT became a primary channel for that, right? There were other traditional channels. There was the DTH, the cable TVs that you get, the subscriptions that you do. There was movie halls that we know came and went, and there were other live performances, for example, as a channel for your content went away, right? But all of those live performances came onto a platform, and then a lot of platforms evolved to cater to some of the live audiences. Metaverse came up as a very interesting channel, right? So channels came up, right? Now what happened with and the models that we saw on the revenue side were mostly from a OTT channel perspective, like SVOD, TVOD, AVOD, are all the end consumer consumption revenue model, right? But there is a place where your traditional content sell model is being decoupled by this OTT into a consumer business model. Let me try and explain what I'm trying to say and how the impact of pandemic happened. So we understand that at the OTT side there is freemium, there is SVOD, TVOD, AVOD, advertisement, video on demand, subscriber, transactional, whatever, right? There is a production house which is producing content which is incurring a cost, right? There is for 10 lakh rupees to make that piece, and they're looking at recovering those costs as soon as possible. So I'll do a simple cost plus model or whatever, or a long-term agreement I have. I'll sell it at a particular, you do whatever you want to do with that content, right? There is somebody in between in this value chain which is absorbing that risk of converting this type of a business model into a OTT business model, right? And then there are technology platforms which are the third pivot of this value chain, which are providing the necessary experience to you to get to that. What are those tech platforms? For example, it could be analytics engine, it could be infrastructure, data centers, CDNs, the SaaS on which it runs, the hardware device that you carry in your hand, right? And the distribution there. So, and all of them have different models. Some of them are subscription. So there is a whole distribution of that risk. Now, what happened because of the pandemic? First of all, your behavior changed as consumers, right? You started looking more onto your mobile screen through internet. You started demanding content there and then. You were, as Manpreet had put it some time back, you were no longer waiting for that 7:30 p.m. show to come up of Choti Sadharni. I think that's what you talked about, right? Absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely. You're no longer waiting for that. You wanted it now when I need it here. Or you were downloading that lesson or that audiobook and you're listening it on your way in a metro, in a commute, right? You're not commuting during the pandemic, but the idea is that you wanted that content where and there and then. Your behavior changed. The second piece is a person in a tier 3 or a tier 4 town also started looking at this and saying, I can become popular if I create a TikTok video, though TikTok got whatever happened there. I can do an Insta moments kind of a story and I can get so many followers, it doesn't matter. And we know so many singers, we all know the latest, the Badam one that happened and all, right? So many things went viral. Anybody and everybody went viral, right? And virality, so you became both a consumer and a producer in this pandemic. While the production houses, the bigger production houses were struggling to get the mega sets off ground. So things changed there. Things changed in your consumption pattern. Things changed in OTTs. A lot of people realized, OTT is giving me a lot of traction. So why don't I start my own OTT? Everybody and anybody started OTTs. Some of them came with a strategy, no, we are not in the business of making money from customer engagement. We are in the business of distributing content. So I'll partner with 100 people. I will distribute their content, mostly social media platforms, right? Born in India, social media platforms happened. Those which were made for India, made by Indians. We were no longer inheriting the platform from other countries. We were making our own, including in social media. So a big push on make in India, make for India, made for the people here, local, regional and vernacular. That's what happened in
Thanks, Sunil. So what according to you, Manpreet, was the major factor in the pandemic which actually boosted the use of OTT, and since you were in Eros now, right?
Yeah.
At that time, so can you explain some of your experience?
I was in Z5 though, but yeah.
Oh, you were in Z5, okay.
So this COVID is actually still continuing, if I have to say so, yeah. So it's like the two OTT experience that what I can share. So like what even Sunil has said, so you see, if I have to speak on certain numbers, there is a 135% growth between 2018 to now on OTT consumption.
Wow.
While that is happening, there is delisting, in fact, that what, or disconnect that what like people have done, in fact, on DTH to the tune of like some 25%. Well, have these consumers stopped watching content? No. The higher number of consumers coming every day they are on OTT says this thing out, that consumption is significantly happening. Another interesting aspect which I would like to share here is that today in India there are some 750 plus million mobile internet consumers, right? Out of which around 87% of the people watch content. So if I have to really say, 87% of the internet bandwidth is getting consumed on watching content. Now that is the strength of content, right? And it is growing. Now, COVID has actually formulated a habit, and this habit is going to stay. Now, as you were also mentioning, Deepak and Sunil, as you were also mentioning here, people have actually explored content. There was content which has never seen light of a television before COVID. Now, because of production not happening, people explored the other content which was like kind of canned, right, in the boxes. But now, because of that content which people have consumed, there are new artists who have come up, which the consumers have appreciated big time. All those, so now today, in today's time, like there is a OTT ka Shah Rukh Khan. You see, there is of course movie ka Shah Rukh Khan. There is OTT ka Salman Khan. So people are like that. Now the segment is also getting diversified into various genres, and that is happening because of the consumer behavior. Now consumer behavior is something which we as OTT providers have experienced on the basis of the consumption which is happening on our platform. So which again is actually empowering the creation of content at our end. You see, the investment that what we guys do in terms of selecting an artist to creating a genre totally depends upon the consumption which happens on our platform. So which was never the case earlier. In today's time, the acceptance of content is high, and hence the rate of consumption is high, which was not the case, if I really say, 3-4 years back.
Sure. Sure. So after the pandemic, I mean, I believe that it's the end of pandemic now, and we are
Yes.
we are meeting without mask and everything here.
Yeah.
So there is a lot of innovation required for the OTTs or any industry to grow, and for this, I think Meghna is working in a AI-based product and company. So I would like to hear her thoughts on this, that what kind of innovations we can do on over OTTs.
Well, I think I'll also answer your first question first, that,
Sure.
you know, why OTT and why is it here to stay? Because I feel that while OTTs were making a slow transition, pandemic just pushed it through, right? Like we had so much more time and we were at home. We couldn't go anywhere. We couldn't go to the mall. We couldn't go out with our friends. We couldn't go to restaurants. We couldn't watch movies. All of that time was consumed by OTTs. Now that it's become a habit, now that an infrastructure, an ecosystem's grown around it. There are movies, there are shows, there are events being planned around OTTs. Then, and a lot of us, including me, have switched off our cable televisions. Earlier, the time that was spent on cable televisions is now being spent on OTTs. That's a habit that's formed, and there's no going back. It might slow down the progress that we were, or the transition we were seeing, but there's no going back. In terms of innovation, I mean, I was just on a panel last week, and we were talking about AR. A lot of people who now can't go to team sports, the OTTs are bringing the sports or that particular game to their living room through AR, through VR. So you can feel, you can actually be in the field, in your living room, you're in the field when the game is happening. You can actually, the entire merchandising is happening through AR. You can click on the t-shirt that your favorite player is wearing, and shop right through your OTT platform. These are innovations that are happening and that will keep on happening and keep increasing the adoption of OTT, simply because the other technology or our television wasn't going to keep up with it. The broadcasters were not keeping up with it.
Thank you, Meghna. So I think we are short of time. So what is the final piece of advice you want to share with our audience here, Manpreet?
So, we are in this OTT segment, and I have personally seen this OTT world since last 10 years now. Believe you me, like it's all about experience. Well, the experience can be of content, experience can be of stars, but the digital experience, right? How we guys can keep our consumer engaged with the help of technology is something that what I believe is going to take forward or take ahead this OTT as a segment or OTT as an industry is towards. Today, in fact, the consumer actually has become super demanding, right? They want everything, in fact, on a flick of a thumb. They would want like easy search, they would want easy discovery, they would want easy recommendation, and trust to me, there is like a lot of engineering which like supports it. There is a lot of strong backend which we actually have to create to provide that small ease which our consumer is experiencing. So our thing is very simple, that how we guys can further improvise our experience for a consumer, whether it is tech or it is content.
Sure. Meghna, do you want to share?
My advice, I think, or my 2 cents would be what I would advise any startup. If you're starting in OTT, if you're starting in OTT, you must know what your niche is, right? How are you going to differentiate yourself from everybody else there? How good is your content? Because ultimately that is what's going to sell your OTT. And is there a consumer for the content you want to bring forward, and how are you going to get it to the market? What is going to be your go-to-market strategy for it? So if you got that and you think there's a market for it, go for it.
Sure, thank you. Sunil?
Thanks for this. So one of my key takeaways for the OTT space is that if you are a company, you can no longer afford to ignore OTT as part of your brand or consumer strategy, right? Because not only are you consuming content there, your behavior is being shaped by what OTT shows you. And a lot of cases, for example, a lot of Korean brands have suddenly emerged because OTT brought it into your homes, and stores which are selling, I used to go to a market where it used to sell a lot of Italian food, now it all sells Korean food, right? So if you want to know the consumer trends of tomorrow, where to put money, get an analytics algorithm, figure out what people are consuming on OTTs now, because that will be your market tomorrow as a brand. And that's what you should be very, very careful about, and keep a very close watch on what the user is watching on an OTT for tomorrow. That's all.
Sure, thank you. So according to me, what I learned, let me tell you that you need to have some innovations in your OTTs, and of course there are other models also available other than SVOD, AVOD, and TVOD. As Manpreet said, that there are some strategic model and which you can do when you're thinking about having your own OTT. Thank you so much, all the panelists, for being here.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you for having
all
us.
the speakers on the day. Well, now I would request our moderator Deepak Joshi to give mementos to the speakers. We'll start with Meghna Krishna. She's the Chief Revenue Officer, Videoverse. Last session, so please louder claps. Manpreet Bumrah. He's Senior VP, Distribution and Alliances, Eros Now. Sunil Seth, Director, KPMG. And we have not forgotten the moderator. May I request Ruchika to give memento to our moderator Deepak Joshi. Ruchika is from Exhibitions India, the organizers. So a small token of appreciation, sir. Thank you so much, and thank you for finishing it on time. Thank you so much. Well, can we have a group photo, please?
Sure.
A group photo. We finish this session today. Tomorrow we begin at 10 o'clock. So I would expect to see you all here at 10 o'clock. Tomorrow the topics are Digital Transformation Conclave, that is the main topic. And 6 years of Digital India, how successful are we in transforming India into a digital empowered economy? Thank you everybody, and good night.